That's good.
Okay, it is 6 p.m. I'm going to call this budget workshop meeting to order. It is August 3rd, 2026. Roll call, please.
Patrick Kell.
Here.
Jim Weisman.
Here.
Ryan Bisbee.
Here.
Casey Dick.
Here.
Fred Toby.
Here.
Kyla Sheen.
Here.
And Josh Beckley.
Present. Well, thank you everybody for coming out tonight. This is that time of year. Calendar of upcoming events. Next scheduled commissioners meeting is Monday, August 17th at 8:30 a.m. Our next regular county council meeting and budget workshop meeting will be Wednesday, August 5th, 2026 at 6 p.m. And then we have our county council public appeals will be Wednesday, August 19th, all same location. Tonight is the opportunity where we're going to start working and doing numbers and talking to department heads and getting an idea for our budget forecast for 2027. We're going to switch things up a little bit this year. We're going to start with the salary ordinance. Typically, we have done that at the end. We're going to go ahead and address that at the beginning. There are some department heads that have some specific issues, and if you want to come up and address it as we go through the salary ordinance, we can do that. Council have anything? I believe, Sheriff, you want to make an address regarding salaries?
Okay, so we pull out your worksheet. The 2026 amended budget, if you look at those, I wanted to get some things out ahead of time, because it makes the discrepancy in pay, a little bigger than what it actually is. 2026, the numbers are slightly off. They're lower than what they should be. When we went through budget hearings last time, we increased the base rate to 56, and that was supposed to adjust the cost of matrix, and everybody's salaries were supposed to adjust according to that. We had a separate meeting, not a separate meeting, but we brought it up in another meeting this year to confirm that, because there were some questions on whether that really happened. But that's, the numbers that are in there are low. And I'm sure that Lisa already told you, the numbers that are put in right now for the 2027 budget request have an additional pay in there. So they're anywhere from $3,000 to $2,000 higher than what we actually requested. So what I requested is for the deputies was to have the salary matrix start at 60. That gets us up to where we're comparable with the counties around us and the counties that are of similar population. Right now, we're one of the lowest paying counties in the state of Indiana when it comes to deputies, and I believe the lowest when it comes to paying jailers. So With the jailers, I wanted to get their base pay up to 44,000. So the deputies would jump from 56 to 60. And then with the jailers, I believe it's 42, 44. I'm open to any discussion of that, questions, concerns.
Lisa, you know what page they're on this?
I was looking, we were looking for the salary ordinance, but.
I know.
It's a ways back there.
Sheriff's is 5, but we don't have any in that, so jailers would be. $33. 32, I'm sorry, page 32. And then deputies are under 1170, which is page 56.
Jim, you didn't bring any more copies of this.
I do have an extra copy.
Give me the round copy.
How many copies do you have?
I just have one.
Still only 10 deputies.
Yeah, so just things that we've done to try to soften any blow that any of the raises would cost. We completely took out that 11th that we got approved over a year ago. And we lost that, the deputy at the end of last year, we never asked for that back, and it's taken out the budget completely, which freed up some space in lit. We also cut some of the other funding that was in there, in equipment, went from 50 to 20. The vehicle was cut in half because we talked about we did the loan, instead of buying a vehicle a year, we did the 3 vehicles. So we have a payment now that's half the price of what we typically ask for. The only reason that we're not, that we're even having a surplus right now, I think, is for this year is because retirement had to go up, and it's up $23,000. That's put together by the company that does our retirement and what they believe the county has to put in to sustain it. That number will drop. It was based off the year prior where we had 11 deputies, so that number for next year will be lower. But as far as the other additions to the salary that come out of the jail, we partnered federally with the task force that could eventually bring in $120,000. I know that's a 1-year payment. There could be some additional funding that comes up later, but that's a way this year that covers everything we've asked for. We've also applied for some grants for equipment to try to save the county money. There's in-car radios that we really need to purchase that we do not have. We put in for some grant money for, and some other purchases that could help us get equipment instead of having the money for you guys.
requested amount is a lower amount than it's actually gonna be?
And so, yeah, the number that is on the right-hand side that says 2027 salary, we had to add an extra pay. So an entire pay, which for some is around $2,500 to $3,000. So it looks more, and then some of the ones on the left, Lefevre and Straight are lieutenants now, which gives them a pay raise on top of, just because of where they rank. But that was also built into the 2026 budget, and it doesn't reflect it on the sheet.
Anything else, Sheriff?
Now, you have questions for me?
Council?
Comments? Okay.
Thank you. John, you had a salary issue?
Not really an issue, it's just
Well-
a request.
We're gonna address tonight.
Do what?
We're gonna address it tonight.
So anyways, back when Mike Daniels retired, we kept his pay flat rate for that year, being with the new foreman come in. Probably was a mistake on my spot, because I didn't realize what quality of a foreman I was bringing in to help me. I would like to try and make up for some of that shortfall this year with a bigger pay increase for him compared to what I've requested for the other employees. I would like to take him up to $29.80, which is just 20 cents less than 5% raise. He makes $28.39 now. I'd like to go up to $29.80. Or if you want to keep it a flat percentage, go 5%, that's 30. And that still would leave my pay and his pay, depending on what you do on the rest of the raises. If you keep them at $1,000 per employee like you did last year, bumping his up and my pay will still be about $8,500 difference.
Yeah, it's for some reason.
Mine is blocked out, so
I'm not sure.
this, you say his current is 59,047,
Yeah, probably.
and the request is what?
$29.80 an hour, which makes it $61,984.
69? Any questions, council?
I do not.
Anything else?
Nope,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Sam?
I don't know what to do. So am I just talking about my salary?
No, so we have an additional salary that you're asking for with the new employee.
Yes.
So
So
just give us a lay of the land.
Okay.
What your expectations are, what the job description is.
So I am asking for an additional, for an inspector code enforcement. It's gonna be a joint full-time employee. So what he would do, currently, the position is currently a part-time contractor. Our inspection fees pay for the salary for that. And as the years have went on, we've had more permits, more inspections, and right now, the inspector cannot do a stop work order. He has to come tell me, and then I have to go out there and do a stop work order. I think with having a full-time, we'll be able to catch more, permits that aren't being, applied for, and then with code enforcement, we can actually get those nuisance properties taken care of, bring more money into the county, and make the properties, nicer. Is there anything else you would like to know?
What was the wage request on that?
50,000. And that would be, I was hoping salary, not hourly. Well, an hour or a salary position. And you should have a job description of both, a rough job description of the code enforcement and the building inspector. And Jim is here, if you have any questions for him as well. He is our current building inspector.
Is there gonna be a helper from you, second person in there part-time?
I was hoping to have a part-time person for next year, yes. Hopefully, I put full 16,200, that's a 20-hour position. A set 20 hours, so if I'm on vacation, they could not work 1 week and work a full week for me. And extra help, right now is $15 an hour, so that's what a year cost would be.
What kind of duties would that second person have?
Help me with permits, regular office work, answering phones, take care of the office while I'm away, pretty much just be my second hand,
Okay.
cause I'm swamped.
Any other questions, council? Thank you.
Thank you.
The other department head have a salary issue they wanna address?
Just on ordinance,
Pardon?
if it's, just with reflect the increase, it kind of overlaps with my request, which we may get into on the individual department discussion. But I did wanna point out, I always request 10% raise for my staff. That's just an annual thing I do. I think they deserve it, they're worth it. For the probation administrative position, which keep in mind is a split position. We pay part out of the probation, it may appear on the form as even part-time. We pay part out of probation users fees and the county pays the other half. At some point, we've made the determination we will combine community corrections and probation. And I know, council and commissioners are working on, securing space that they could both be housed together. When that occurs, we would envision the probation administrative position helping out with both. So on that one in particular, one of the two, we were requesting be increased by 5,000. And if that's county contribution, the idea there would be to make up by 5,000 the extra work that would come with administratively assisting the other office. So I just wanted that explanation to be clear. And it was not intended to raise both, it was intended to raise the county's contribution, not increase the salary to 23 on each side, if that makes sense. Any questions about that? And again, the idea would be for that to initiate when those offices physically combine, because I don't know that that interaction would benefit or be able to occur before then. And that might not even be during the 2027 budget year, but if the money's set aside and available, in case it is, that would be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other department head? Do we wanna discuss wages down and vote on the ordinance, or do we want to do the worksheet? Work it all out.
So the worksheets.
County clerk.
So mine's super simple. I really don't have any major requests this year. We have all new election stuff, so I will not be asking for 80 grand this year. Do you have any questions?
Did something happen to your computer maintenance agreement?
No.
Went from 220 to 2,500?
That's because, I had to, flip money around this year, but my computer maintenance agreement is the same. Yeah. I just paid it out of the wrong line.
Yeah.
So
I got it.
I did it over under thing. And that's for my SBS portals, for my marriage license to make them legal.
Don't anticipate anything that you might need in 2027?
Well, we always need records made digital, but that is very pricey. So, the state did put a mandate on it, but they didn't give us a deadline. So we all know how that goes. They want this to happen, but we don't have a deadline yet on that. So, I didn't wanna ask for too much this year because I asked for 80 grand last year for the new, voting machines, so.
Any idea what that cost might be when it has to be implemented?
Well, to make my marriage license digital, which was probably about, I wanna say roughly 20 books, I can't remember. That was, I think, around 15 grand. And then we have to pay an annual fee, which is the computer maintenance agreement. We have to pay an annual fee to keep those digital. So it's just, we split the fee with the auditor's office with SBS portals. They did give us a break on that. So, cause we're just not a big county, so we asked them if there's anything that they could do to kinda help us out a little bit. And since she didn't have a lot of records and I didn't have a lot of records at the time, they did that, but I couldn't tell you what, say divorces. Divorces is the next thing that we get a lot of records requests on, so that would be something that we would probably want to make digital next. Marriage license was number one, divorces is number two. A lot of times people need it for financial reasons, retirement, just name changes, yada, yada, yada. The star on the license was a huge thing the last 4 or 5 years, so people were needing all those documents. I don't have a number for that.
That's fair.
It will be a good number, so. That's why I didn't request for it this year, maybe next year, when maybe we have some more money flow, but I appreciate you guys getting new election machines last year, so I didn't wanna overdo it.
Thanks, Kim.
Yep.
Lisa.
Didn't really increase too much, for training and education, I did $100 because everything's getting more expensive. Same with travel, animals and lodging.
Do you utilize the $1,200 or $1,100 in dues and subscriptions?
Yes,
That's eaten up through the year.
yes, and I don't know that we have paid, well, yeah, we spent 83%.
you guys think it's something we can always come back to, so. County treasurer. Council have anything? County recorder.
Mr. Dave earlier. I think everything was pretty much the same. I had to ask the commissioners for $500 more because of our CSI contract went up that amount. I was telling Doug we were gonna have to hire some extra help. CSI did 31 more books, if you've seen the books in the back of our office that are about that thick. And like I told Doug, we're gonna get those done before I'm gone, we'll run out of office, so. But our company came 2 weeks ago and they've got a program that's got AI working in it, and AI is gonna do it all, so we don't have to worry about it. So, other than that, I'm going with it.
Thank you. Council? You're not gonna grill him on what AI is?
The safeguards for AI.
Don't let him get you. All right, sheriff.
Which one?
The Fund 1000 general,
Okay.
gas, oil, dry stuff like that. I'm reading it right on down, right?
Yep.
About 31,000.
Well, technically, we did, but they was in it.
Police
Because
car.
it got moved away. We did cut, the only thing that we really cut out of there was animal health care, because we're down to 1 dog instead of 2 right now. So we cut that in half. Other than that, there's no increases.
Training and education shows 0, but it's a budget balance of negative 2,900.
I think they took it out of the wrong line item. It's supposed to, it should have came out of the lit, training and education, but somewhere they got pulled out of this.
Same with uniforms.
Yeah, that's why those are negative. So that we'll have to do a transfer at some point, move from the lit to these line items. To make them whole. But that's why, there's line items in other places that are supposed to come out, but somewhere they got pulled out there instead.
Council have anything else? Thank you, Sheriff. Surveyor.
So, on first page, there's no changes, other than salary, which is a suggestion. Second page, the truck replacement, that number should be bumped up just to keep in line with the economy, whether it's not something that would be spent this year, but it's something that should be. So I moved that up to, $5,000, $500 a month, or so basically $6,000 for the year. And that would keep us in line. This year we traded, or we used other funds, because they were available. So, otherwise, you see that there's some balances there. Those expenses usually come later in the year, so they haven't been. And questionable whether you should send a surveyor that's leaving office to training for next year. But you might want to try to get the next year's surveyor to cover this fall, so he's ready. So the likelihood that I use it is not high. I told the drainage board the surveyor broke down. But mostly Denver, so we'll see. Okay, so on the drainage, the educational specialist is through the Soil and Water Conservation Service. They have not had anybody in that position, so that's, 063 drainage. So it's 5,500, it hasn't been used even at the end of last year. But if we're gonna have a Soil and Water Conservation Service in the county, we need to be able to supplement that secretary's income, so it's, but you need to be aware that's not being spent. Drainage board, we left the same, everything else I think is the same place.
Excuse me, Paul, what page are we on?
19.
Thank you.
Our pages and yours don't match. Yes. Okay, so we're on the next
Oh, no,
page.
this-
So this is what we have in red. So this is, general drainage maintenance. Cumulative fund.
Yeah, that's just your copy, like what you filled out, and this is what we've done.
So, but I need to be budgeted.
It's in there.
Okay.
For drainage, is that what
Yeah,
you're
for,
talking about?
yeah, cumulative fund for drainage. It is what it is, and we just divide it.
Oh, so now you're in cumulative.
Yeah.
Well, that's something different then.
So we're there.
That's at the
So,
back.
so that's separate out of your budget, really, and it's whatever the state gives us for that fund, and we divide it up by percentage-wise by gauge. So it will be what it is, regardless of what you guys do. So it starts out at 130,000 at the top. 665.
Page 45.
Any questions on that one?
All I heard is we don't have any choice.
Well, you do have you have the choice of eliminating it. Okay? And I suppose you could drop the percent, because it's at 5%, I think you could probably, 5/10. You could probably play with that number, but there's not really any advantage, because it affects only things that are under cumulative fund. So whatever you do with cumulative fund is the same number to begin with, and it's just divided up. So the state has a recommendation, which is what we have. I think as long as you stay within those ranges, you could play with that if you needed to. So let's say you were gonna put money into the library, extra money. You might, drainage fund, bridge fund, some of those cumulative funds, to do that, to get that completed. So there is some leeway that you have. So this is what is recommended to follow, and that's okay. But you're not totally handcuffed on that one. Okay? Any questions? Ready?
We have some questions on the Lake Mohi project.
It's somewhere.
Well, we got,
I just have the paper in front of the binder.
You're really into the money end, which is you guys not doing. What I can tell you is, at this point, which we sat down with the engineers a week ago, and, so if we got everything we asked for, that would be a $5 million project. But by doing it basically the way it is, making it a little safer, the wall out into the flow line, that wall needs to be, so that slope right now is basically like this, and we'll slope it out. And we'll slope it, so we slope it out far enough and we don't require guardrails. So it's cheaper to move dirt than it is to put guardrails in. But the total cost on that, so the cost factor is related to 500-year return rate. So if we build a structure with a spillway to handle a 500-year return on campaign, we are looking at a 2-lane drive, we are looking at an oddly big spillway and a $5 million bill. If we design the dam, if the design's done, with the expanded rock, it's kind of woven into a mesh, and we coat the entire dam all the way from inside to outside with that, then we don't have to have the big spillway, and it reduces the total cost down to just under $2 million, which was what we started with. So we were looking at $3 million in financing because you got to pay interest. So we've stayed with that number. Still a good number, but it amazes me that number has held, but that's where it's at. And that needs to be financed. He's got the millage and stuff, which I haven't got involved in. I haven't really been in the office a lot because somebody had trouble.
Any grants available to help?
No,
with the cost?
the issue there, we're talking on disaster management stuff. There are no houses downstream, so there's no grants.
So we can just take it out?
I even offered to put in some mobile houses. No, the problem with the dam, the reason we need to keep the dam is from whatever the county road is, 200 or 300 north-south road, just before you get to Mogi. There's 28 feet of fall from there to the Big Lake ditch. And that dam holds that water back and it just takes it straight down. If we put a series of small dams in, the cost was considerably higher than the $2 million. If you eliminate it, you're just gonna have a big erosion nightmare there. And ideally, I like to see 6 inches of fall in a mile. So you want a 28 feet of fall in a mile. It's like high-speed rail train shooting down the ditch, so it's gonna do a lot of damage. So you'll have a lot of property damage, and the costs are considerably higher than it's unfortunate, but we looked at we had everybody involved in those, the homeowners association at Mohi and farmers upstream and downstream, and there's not a lot of options.
Guess on Lincoln Party, how do we get on for their dam?
Okay, so, sometime in the 80s, so dams in the state are generally assigned to the county surveyor. Okay, whatever county it is. Mohi Dam was Mohi Dam's dam, but back in the 80s sometime, they transferred it to the county. The county inspected the dam was in good shape. They took it, 40 years later, and we had the problems with that, setting funds aside every year to pay for it. So the dam, first 5 years I was in office, the dam passed inspection. It hasn't passed the last 5 years. So.
What's the priority level, like
It's,
yesterday or?
yeah. It's definitely. We could get fined more than what the dam's gonna cost.
And so there's 28 feet of fall from the dam to the ditch?
From the road.
Gadberry.
From the ditch, from the bottom of the ditch on Gadberry to the bottom of the ditch on Big Lick. Which is just it's a mile as the crow flies. So, kind of ideally, we want to have about 6 inches of fall. So the water's going to be definitely there.
So it's about a mile right now?
Yes.
So you got 28 feet of fall in a mile?
The dam drops it in whatever 50 feet of dam. Only problem is if you're interested and you got a lot of nerve, go stand on the damway and look down the spillway, you'll see water going.
and look to see if you can see where it's coming out. It's not. That's scary. The engineers drove across the dam with me before they looked at it. After they looked at it, they went out the long way. And we barricaded it. Cause it's flowing in like crazy and it's not coming out.
Where's it going?
Good question. It's undermining dams, what it's doing.
Seems like we could drill a hole in it, it's all gonna eat somewhere.
It's gonna go, yeah, it's just a matter of when it decides to go, it's gonna go. And hopefully for Mohi, it goes before they start construction. Cause then it goes for sediment too.
Have we got more than one bid? There's more than one company come in here and look at this and say.
There's been no bids, it's the engineer's estimate,
This is just an estimate.
yeah. And they're usually pretty. And that,
But
that's
this
just,
is, I'm sorry.
so I was looking at $3 million total to begin with because you gotta figure interest and stuff. And you don't know, it's already been 3 years, just in the design, have someone around with that stuff, so. But the plan, they presented 2 completed plans a week ago, $5 million one and $2 million one, so. The $2 million one accomplishes what we need to accomplish, but it doesn't give us any, doesn't give us a 2-lane road, doesn't give us guardrails, all that stuff. So we're going with plain Jane minimum that meets state requirements.
This is plain Jane State minimum bridge. They got an HOA out, I don't know who,
It's some kind of a homeowners
so
association.
they have money available too.
Okay, it is not their dam.
Well, you say we took it off, but
It is our dam, it is deeded to the county.
it is deeded to the county. When we took that over when?
In the 80s, early 80s sometime. So we had the lawyers look over all the paperwork to make sure that we're definitely on the hook for it. And
I'm saying under the new project figures, maybe
it will take, so you're gonna have to have a permit from DNR, a permit from IDEM, and a permit from the Army Corps of Engineers. And that, as they say, the permits are free, but your engineering and stuff involved in getting that permit costs you a fortune.
Just to put it into perspective, if your house is between 200 and 400,000, you're gonna pay an additional $250 to $600 in taxes.
Yeah, that's, I was looking at the numbers in here. It's more than.
You guys are welcome to try to figure out how to do away with it, but I don't think you can. We looked at that.
Do we have 2 bonds now we're paying on for Mohi?
I have no idea, no. No, the way,
These amortization schedules.
yeah, I think those are options.
Courthouse, that's the courthouse bond, I think that they got.
Says like an dam project, that's what was confusing.
Cause I think they were compounding that's the,
One started in 19.
That's the jail,
oh, yeah, cause it's the.
jail bond,
It's
it's
the,
almost done.
it would, yeah, one of these shows the total debt service right now. With this project and the current outstanding debt service would be 0.23. So that's taking the jail, which is almost done, the courthouse, and then that was, those are the 3 that are debt service.
It's within your budgeted lot money as far as the state would be concerned.
like a drainage ditch or?
Yeah, yes. So they've been paying all the homeowners and farm people running that, they've been paying for the upkeep of the dam up till now. So about every year you have to line the face of the dam with riprap and some concrete work on the spillways. That's a couple $1,000, but that pretty well eats it up. And the people of Mohi, most of the time, provide the labor. We don't have materials with the funds that are raised for the dam. That's the way that's been done. But what's going on now is undermining the dam. It's not. If you had a lot of nerve, you go to the school here and try to go down and take a look. But it's, home, it's gonna collapse.
What's the next step?
The finance people will work with you on doing the bonding. Well, and we'll have, so they'll work with you on bonding, and we'll have to let bids, but we're not gonna let bid without bonding. And pretty much, so the engineering's being done now with county funds, which should have been, which the idea was that when they got the bond, they would pay the county funds back, put it all on the dam, which goes back to the county anyway, so I don't know how that was worked out, that's not
I don't speak for the council, but I think I would like to see an idea of what the three different companies can do. We have to have more than one option, I guess is what I'm saying.
This isn't necessarily an option, this is just the engineer's thought process.
Well, I'm saying next step. You're saying get the financing and take the bids. Maybe we wanna see the bids first and then decide if we wanna go A, B, C. It's our bridge, right?
Yes.
Maybe we just
Yeah,
don't
the
wanna
bid-
do it. Maybe we
okay,
don't wanna
so
do it anymore.
the bids will be for the county to decide on. The design, well, if you want another engineer to design it, you should spend whatever you've spent already on the design. I mean, it's actually got three different engineering companies working on it because nobody has the expert on their own. They have to use this guy that does this kind of stuff from another company. So they pretty well used most engineers in firms in the state to design it. So the bids would come in and there'd be open bids. You guys can sit in on the bid opening. It's not an issue there as far as I'm concerned. No.
It seems like the next step is to get estimates of what the construction costs actually gonna be.
Those estimates are pretty accurate. But again, it could very well be nobody wants to bid on it.
And the alternative is, you've got it closed right now, right?
Closed. If it goes downstream, then we're gonna have a bunch of penalties from Army Corps and
Yeah.
OSHA, or not OSHA,
I
IDEM and DNR. I mean, DNR's been mad at us for 5 years, so won't change.
But an option would be, we just put in a dam and not make it a bridge.
The bridge portion is there because the dam's big enough to have a road on it. It's not.
It's a one-lane road.
Yeah, it's a one-lane road, and it's, the dam has to be that big and it can support a road. You don't have to put it there. But the dam would be the same, with or without the drive. It's not the expense. Expense is moving the old dam out of there, getting down this firm base and building it up. And then, right now, that base is like this, and when they're done with it, it'll be a lot more gentle to make the requirements. The 500-year rain requirement is well above our cost.
The what?
So you have to,
That'd be over
so.
500 years?
Yeah, 500-year return. So So, in a 500-year time period, you could expect a rain of this size. So the dam has to be built to meet that standard. Yeah, no, well, there's a 100-year standard, there's a 10-year standard, a 25-year standard, a 50-year standard, a 100-year standard, and for a dam, it's got a 500-year standard. So we built it to over top rather than spillway. In a 500-year return rain, there could be 3 of them in a row, and there could be a time period where you go 1,500 years without one. I mean, it's a statistical term, not. And if we get a 500-year return rain, the water will be on the tires of those cars out there from the Little Lake Ditch. So there's gonna be a lot of problems other than that dam.
And the engineers that have looked at it, there's no way to fix what's there.
No, it's because there's no base.
Yeah, excuse me for not knowing more about it. I'm
Yeah.
not even picturing it in my head,
I lived here a long time, never been across it.
That's why we're still alive. It's barricaded now. But if it would break,
So
there
there's no
was
way
a
to
car
put a
on the
base
road
in
below,
it.
somebody can
There's no way to put a base in.
remove it and put a new base down. And
You can't just tie into the bottom.
So it's straight face, basically 26 feet down.
Yeah.
And so you're gonna try to work underneath it without moving the top. And there's water flowing.
Water off back stream and pour concrete, tie it to the bottom. I mean, how much water is flowing through it?
Pretty good flow.
Is there?
Yeah, it wouldn't.
Like I said, I can't say,
It
'cause
would,
I'm not.
if we blocked it at Gadberry, probably this time of year, well, today, it would be overflowing the road at the end of the day. Last week, it might not have, but with an inch and a half of rain, it's coming, the surplus water is coming down the ditch and it's going over the dam. We went through these options a year ago with everybody. It's,
That didn't make any sense to me.
yeah, it still doesn't make any sense. I totally agree, but the fact is, it's our dam. And there's, so we looked at lots of different ways, even rerouting water, 3 or 4 different other streams to spread it out, and we still got that 20 feet of fall.
I think we need to.
And I'll tell you
Seems
what,
like quite the, tax burden.
it is. It definitely is.
We've done it backwards, now they know exactly what it's gonna cost. Why would they?
Well, we looked at different options, possibilities of way to do it over a year ago. But, the tax burden, I guess, would be the same even if there were not houses there. Mogi has very little to do with it, just happens to be there. It's the fall, that's the problem. And they took advantage of having a pool of water and no houses around. The dam came before the houses. Yeah.
Thank you both. County coroner?
I'm here learning. I don't have anything.
Council?
Raise and autopsies, are they caught up on autopsies, or do you know?
I don't know.
wanna come up?
I'm sorry?
They want you, come
Oh,
on, come on.
okay.
I know he's here.
Sorry, you're right.
Yeah, I do.
Howdy.
You don't have to be nervous.
Huh?
You don't have to be nervous.
There's a $5,000 raise in autopsies. Are you guys all caught up on autopsy bills, or is it?
Honestly, sir, I don't have that information. I'm just here because I was told it was a good idea to start coming to these things, so.
Good idea. You got me on that one.
I was just, we've spent 60% of it, I just didn't know if we were, sometimes they kinda get delayed on charging this back, but.
Yeah, once again, I can't answer that. Zach's the one that currently takes care of that, so.
Any idea how many autopsies are done in a year?
It depends on how many times.
You haven't cured death yet?
I'm sorry?
You haven't cured dying?
No, not quite yet.
We can cut it, and then they can appeal if he wants to come, if you think it's too high. That is an option that we
I'm
have.
talking about as far as paying out for autopsies, or?
Well, it's budgeted 25, it's an increase of 5,000.
I'm sure they're more expensive than they've been, so.
Well, I'm just saying that's an option, I just didn't know.
I do know that as far as state code goes, I believe that the county is bound to pay for autopsies
We're not
regardless
saying,
of.
yeah.
Oh,
We're saying,
okay,
we had budgeted 20,000, now they're asking for 25.
okay. Oh, okay.
One of the options that we have is we can cut it, you or Zach can come to us, appeals night, make an argument saying, I really have to have this.
Oh, okay.
And then we can adjust it.
Okay, sounds good.
This is nothing official tonight, this is a workshop, we talked to everybody to get an idea of the forecast for next year.
I'd say 25.
Yeah.
They've used 60% of it already, so.
Yeah.
It was just a question.
How much is an autopsy cost? Depending on.
I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe they're around 1,500 apiece.
Anybody else?
I don't know.
Nelson? Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Get on the assessor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Are there any questions with this?
Salaries and.
Yep. Kim, do you have anything else to say regarding election registration, or?
No, unless you guys have any questions. I kinda went over clerk and election.
Yeah.
So, really nothing new.
Council all good? Cooperative Extension Service. That's a mouthful.
Hi, I want to introduce Justin Curley. He is our ROL, and he'll kind of talk a bit more about that.
Yeah, so, like she said, my name's Justin Curley. You guys were part of our pilot regionalization of extension last year. We came out and we talked about how the East Central region was going to be one of the test cases for regionalization of extension. We are now rolling that model out statewide. So with that, few changes that you'll see. I will be the acting department head for the Cooperative Extension Service in Blackford County, as well as 5 other counties. That'll be kind of my role as the regional operations leader. We will have a deputy department head in county doing, county supervision and signing claims, things like that. Likely will be a familiar face. But I don't really need to bring you guys up to speed on how we're doing things because we've been doing it here for 6 months. But the thing that has changed is our funding model. And we've rolled out a funding model across the state that's based on population. And I get to go into a lot of counties and explain this, and most cases I'm gonna go in there and explain to them that there's an increase in their contractual services. I have the great fortune of coming in here and telling you that you guys, your contractual services rate is $100,000, which last year I wanna believe you were at 131. So, significant savings. Probably not gonna pay for that, but, you know, I'm happy to help. But with that, I did have a conversation with a couple of you about something that Purdue is offering, and that is a internship program for, there we go. You can take one and pass it down. Essentially what it is it's the opportunity to hire a local youth as an intern with Purdue Extension to work specifically on an initiative that you highlight in the county, right? That fits within our 4 program areas of youth development, health and human sciences, community development, or ag and natural resources. So we have a great amount of flexibility. You know, it could be based on conversations that we have about community needs, what you guys see as an opportunity. What I love about this is I think it's a great opportunity to bring one of your best youth back into the community to work on initiatives that are about Blackford County, right? You're gonna try to fight that brain drain that a lot of small counties suffer, where, you know, kids go off to school and then they disappear on us and they go off to the city. I think this is a really neat opportunity to give somebody a rewarding professional opportunity in Blackford County, and they could be working on something that you guys deem a priority. What it looks like, and you've all got it in front of you, it's a $20,000 investment for 1,000 hours of work. And they would do, you know, report backs to you on what they're doing. There would be a capstone project at the end of their 1,000 hours, where they would basically come tell the story of what it was that they accomplished. Obviously, this is really open-ended, right? It's something that it would be based on what you guys saw as an opportunity. But we really wanted to, in an instance like this where we're coming into a county and you're getting substantial savings, we wanted to give you the opportunity to invest in Blackford County. You know, we've regionalized our instruction model, but this is an opportunity to put a person in the office, in the community, working on something that you guys have deemed a priority. So that would be part of the contractual services agreement. Few other things as we look through discretionary expenses. Purdue is pulling travel. They're internalizing that. That's going to, so educator travel will no longer be a county claim. It will be something handled through the contractual services money that comes into the university. Now, we were at $4,500 in this county last year. We've left $500 for support staff, the actual county employees. There are instances where they might have to travel to support the 4-H program, things like that, maybe professional development. So we didn't want to zero it out and then not have money available for those people. Another training and education is another one where we are, for the educators, we're taking that into the contractual services agreement. That was at $1,500. Again, we left $500 in there for professional development for the county employee support staff. So that being said, there is one number that goes up here based on what was presented to you. The utilities line. This was a case of a misappropriated comma. We have $1,200, it's supposed to read $12,000. Last year it was $9,000, and that was adjusted to $12,000, not $1,200. So if we could note that change, I would appreciate it. But all in all, I've done this for 10 years. I've never gone in front of a county council and said, here's some money back. So any questions for me? I'd love to talk about the internship possibility if you have thoughts on it. But that would be a $20,000 investment against the $31,000 that contractual services is backing up.
I'll throw my 2 cents in, just because since I met with you guys, Dan Borgenheimer and I met with them, what, 3 weeks ago, I think, to go over this and the changes that were gonna be made. Oh, gosh, Molly had recommended this program, since she knows the county and knows, what our needs and things that we're trying to do here. Dan and I, talked about it and thought that, in our opinion, that this, with the reduction of 30,000, that potentially investing in this internship program we'd still come out about $10,000 lower than what we were doing, and gain another program. So that was what we discussed, and based on her recommendation and her knowledge of the county and things here, that seemed like a decent way to go. So that's my 2 cents.
Am I correct that the contractual services number includes 15,000 of that salary? Total investment is 20,000, includes part of the county's contractual services?
Right, yes, okay, so, yes, that would be, so this would be 20,000 on top of the 100 base contractual services, right? This would be a choice investment above the 100,000 flat to bring this person into the community for 1,000 hours. So that would take the number to 120, as opposed to 100. But, like I say, again, 131. I know that there's some community development opportunities, things like that we had discussed. I think that there's a real opportunity to be creative and come up with a real good opportunity for Blackford County youth to come into the community and work on your behalf. And then at the end of the season, you get your report back, right? You get your capstone project, and then you decide, right? Like, was this a great investment? Do we feel like this is something we want to keep doing? Do we not feel that way, right? So you have the opportunity at the end of the year to look at it and ask yourselves whether or not you think you'd do it again.
And under their new model, they have they gave me a copy, I don't know if you guys brought it, they've got a whole list of different programs and things that we could invest in if we wanted to, different things at different price points. But again, this was the one that was kind of, we felt like would match Blackford County better. That was Molly's recommendation. So we didn't really look into the other ones.
Is that local talent? Does that mean as a Blackford student who goes to Purdue would be the intern?
So there would be no necessary parameters on eligibility, right? Like, it wouldn't have to be a Purdue student or a student at any university, and it technically could be somebody who, fell outside of Blackford County, but they still came in and worked for Blackford County. Like, we don't want to box it in too close, but the idea would be that it would be a local youth from this community who knows this community, who's coming back in to invest their time and energy in it. That's the vision we have.
Who's the decider on what project they do?
We are, you are, yeah. I mean, in collaboration, but I mean, it's to be driven by you and community stakeholders. You guys would be the ones to highlight that we have time with that, before this person would come in, that you could meet specifically on that and discuss what you felt was the priority.
It's kind of like that program that we did with
The Main Street.
the Main Street, with Jessica Tabor. Can't remember her names today. Jessica Tabor, that we did last year when the city pulled out of the community development, and we had that money and moved that. It's kind of that same philosophy.
I'm good with putting 20,000 in for it. We're still money ahead.
I'm good for it. Can't drop the ball and figure it out the process.
Yeah, you gotta get money for it.
we'll facilitate all of that, you know, that conversation, but you guys will be the
Engineer to
deciders.
do a bridge.
That's something that we do it this year. We do it this year, we feel there's value. Start pulling rock back again if we don't feel it's valuable.
So is this somebody that you would work in the extension office?
They will be based in the office, supervised by the extension office. Our human resources would handle, I mean, there would be none of that burden would fall on you guys. All of that would go right through, the extension office because they would be, a university employee funded by your investment in the contractual services framework.
I'm gonna give it a shot right here. Let's check it out. You good with that? We bump it up to 120?
Utilities go with the 12, or?
Yeah, which is what we agreed on.
That's what we did, yeah.
Anything else? Council have anything? Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Veteran Service Officer. Anything, council?
Standard dude.
Josh, any questions, council, on that? From the council? Voting rent? Well, that's a good, that depends. Building rent, you wanna keep it budgeted for a while?
I would say keep it budgeted, but I wasn't sure if it was going in. That was the plan.
Yeah, once it goes in, we'll run that building.
I was just
Until,
confirming that they were.
Yep.
actually-
We'll keep it in case, till we get that all set.
we know what we're gonna do.
County council. You're still reading your magazines? Drainage commissioner question. Tell John. Or Laura. Someone want to come up?
Get two.
Whoa.
Good evening.
Yours is better than mine.
Wherever you guys wanna start.
What do you think?
Well, I guess I keep getting emails about the IT from that Al.
From Lee? Lee?
Yes. Is that included in here, is that the transition we're gonna be making?
Well, you have two different figures. You have the one from Barrowplex, which is 79,000 for 2027. And then you have the Lee, which is two different figures for two different hours.
The week is 120,000 a year, up to 160.
One of them's 167 and the other one's 120, whichever one you wanna go to.
Whichever phase you wanna go to. So it's almost a 60,000 increase. I don't remember seeing that in our worksheet.
Well, Lee came to,
Yeah, that was our.
Oh, well,
for 50 hours is like $120,000 a year. And then the premier support, which I'm not sure how many hours that was, it's 167,000. And that's without the bank building across the street. That's no figures with that.
And we don't have that figured in our
No,
IT
we
right
don't.
now either, though, right?
No.
Do we know what we spent with, Ameriflex is what we use currently,
Mhm.
correct? Do we know what that total bill was last year?
I mean, their IT is, what is it, 76,000, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah.
that's just the contract, and they price for everything.
Yeah, do we know what that total amount that we had spent on IT for the year?
It was, 220-some thousand.
That includes software and hardware.
Yeah.
And that comes out of a different
And
And
that's-
slot.
that's the difference.
That comes out of a different line item, and that would be the same as fleet, who would still have to pay for software and hardware, no matter what.
And licensing.
So just basic service of 50 hours is $119,220 with fleet. Or it's $79,000 with Ameriflex.
And that's 50 hours as well.
I don't know how he bases that.
Well, and there's also with that presentation, apparently they haven't been doing it. This is a mess, so. I'm all for going with legal, try something different.
Well, I don't agree, I mean, I agree with the fact that maybe we need to go someplace different, but I can't see paying double for something.
I don't know that it would be quite, I mean, I don't know, I'd like to see that
140
number,
for
but that,
79 for
yeah,
starters.
but that 79 isn't everything included in what we're paying in IT.
Neither of those
This
be the one
this isn't
19.
either.
I know, but if we're paying 220 now with everything included, I would like to know what the difference would be in.
What is actually
Apples
charged for
to apples,
software?
Yeah.
And what's the extra expenses that we can't get out, or we can't?
So, say 76,000 and we, I don't know, I guess.
I mean, if we're paying the 76, but we're really in IT services, we're paying the 220, which I understand that's with everything else. And we're not getting, out of that 120, we're not getting all of that included, but like, I guess, yeah, I just would like to see apples to apples.
It's gonna be in addition to the 119 versus the 79 in it. Obviously, that's.
So the
79 is the IT service, right?
And if he goes over hours, he
The other,
bills.
right. The other line item would be hardware and software, correct? And that figure is,
And that comes out of June cap, isn't it?
Yeah, it's under cube cap last year. I still say we have to cover our own IT department. One IT director.
I still
Yeah, but you're not gonna need them every day. You're not gonna need, you're not gonna
We're
need
not
them for
gonna
8
spend,
hours, 7 hours a
we're not gonna
day.
spend $80,000, we could hire someone. And that's what we're spending, I mean, whether we need them every day or not.
I would rather research doing that
Yeah.
than hiring a company for 120,000.
Cause I know Tyler and I looked at, Marion, the city of Marion, I think there was, what was it, Tyler, 85,000 for their IT director?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember.
I think it was, I think they had two, and like their chief, or whatever, was 85 million, or 70. So I mean, we're paying 80,000 for Ameriflex. If we paid 80,000 to somebody, we could probably get a good IT director. They could handle everything, and yeah, we might not need it every day, but it'd be better than paying something.
But if
That's
you,
my opinion.
if you do that and he has another job, then you have
We'd
an
make it
issue.
full-time, it'd be a full-time job. There'd
So
be
you
no
think
other
you could
job.
get an IT guy for 80 grand?
And Marion, the city of Marion does.
They got more than one.
They got more than one, yeah. At 80.
But the
at
city of
80.
Marion is
They've got
not
way more
equivalent to
computers.
Blackford
Yeah.
County.
They've got probably, if we have 100 computers, they probably have 300, 400. I mean, they've got one of their police cars, they've got 3 full-time police officers and that.
Well, we've talked to other county council members about this, and it's a mixed bag. Half of them have their own, half of them third party. But the ones that keep their own that are similar to us, it is that 79.8. And I think that's probably how Ameriflex comes up with that number. They just kind of net it. And I think if we got our own full-time, I would say 80-some county employees, that's a nice size company. Every company that has 80-some employees has IT. And can be doing something, whether it's cybersecurity or something along those lines.
They can take, the weight of the website off the auditor, some of this computer stuff that the auditor gets, drop in her lap. I mean,
Like I
that's.
said, I would entertain that idea before I'd entertain having an additional 50 or 60,000 to go to a different company for a
That's
year.
fair, that's fair. How about we do that? See if we can come together on what it would look like.
Mhm.
For the,
IT person would.
I think
Do we need
probably
to,
something that you could do every day, something.
Well, with all
IT
of our-
related. Webmaster, everything's online now, they can probably help.
Help all the department heads with what needs to be done online.
And with all the meetings that are put online, they can,
Mhm.
Yeah, it'd be audio
There's a lot of
visual,
stuff to do.
because now we gotta stream our meetings, your meetings, ABC, all of theirs. It seems like maybe we wouldn't have to worry about.
Wouldn't that be nice?
I'd say in this day and age, I think it would be worth a look at investing in that than what we're doing. But,
Well, we know it costs more than 79, because that's the contract plus the bills.
right.
So we're actually paying more than that.
We are paying.
Right.
so do we leave the 79 in there as a line item for the employee? And then do that? Are we under contract with Fairplex?
And
Till-
it's not up until June of 2027.
So we've got
So we're
some time.
We got some
Still
time.
not.
We've got some time.
So we don't have to make that decision, please.
Yeah, because if it's June, then theoretically, it would be this budget towards the end of the year, but we could,
they'd only use half of that, we could use the
right,
other
we
half
could
of
use the
that.
other half, and if we need to do an additional,
We're gonna do an additional.
depending on what the difference would be.
I really think that's what we'd be looking at, and it could even be something that once we got that established, that we could partner with Montpelier or partner with Park City to utilize them if they were lacking in things to do for the county to offset costs.
I don't think that's a bad idea.
Hartford City's somewhat, I talked to the mayor and Dan, and they were just locked into a contract like we are, but they were very interested in transitioning to something different too. And I didn't get a chance to talk to Brad over there, but I don't know if you're happy with your IT or not, Mayor.
We don't have much IT, well, yeah, we do, we have computer work. Yeah, we've been very happy with it, but, certainly open to other ideas.
That's a good idea.
Keep it as it is for Kirby and look for replacement.
For a person.
Anything else jumping out for you guys?
What's that?
Anything else jumping out for you guys?
Is live streaming something new that we're paying for?
We always have.
Zero, 5,000, that's why I wasn't.
I think they gave it out of community.
Yeah, we gave it out to community.
Yeah. Community assistance.
I got you, and you're just taking
A
that out
long
of your
time,
community.
a long time.
They made a
have
request.
services. They said we had services, but we didn't have services. But they've come back in and provided.
You're taking that from what I see, is that what it's?
We did the original, we did the original.
We used to pay out of line.
There,
Yeah.
that's what we have.
And Radiant Health, we can change that to $96,057.
What do you say? Sorry.
$96,057.
So they're keeping it the same?
At the time, they know they were gonna increase it, and so he increased a little bit by 2 or 3%, I think, and then they came back and stayed the same. Was it 3%?
Yes, well.
But she hasn't said anything.
We have some.
That's our request.
And we did.
40.
That's so good. It looks like it is. Buffoons up there saying we don't want to fund it, but
It was a necessary evil.
they don't seem to be helping themselves out with funding.
It's unnecessary. I mean, they do a lot of fun work. They solicit a lot of companies for free letters, for discounts, they actually do more than you'll see. But you know,
It'd be nice to see it.
it's hard to see that though, because most of the companies that are donating litter are Walmart.
They're writing it off somehow, so they gotta know a dollar figure. Right? So theoretically, they're getting a donation of.
Well, they get 20 containers of 5-gallon pails of cat litter. Yeah. That's expensive, they don't have to fork out. You wanna see that?
That would be.
You wanna see what they're taking in versus what they're going out.
There is a dollar amount attached to that. They don't pay it necessarily.
Right.
But that is fundraising.
Mhm.
Because there's no money exchange, it's
Right.
product exchange.
So I'm just saying that's something you wouldn't necessarily see unless you were in the
I do not want to see it. I have too many spots already.
You wanna cut something?
I will say, I always say, the services that we pay for. We really couldn't afford it if we did it all by ourselves, and we did it for years.
Are we still the only ones that pay into that?
Hartford pays. And I don't, Montpelier doesn't pay into the animal shelter fund, correct? Hartford does.
At one time they paid more.
They pay more than what we do.
I don't know how much it is, but they pay more.
Probably, but. It
They
seems
can
like.
always come in appeals.
Yeah, let's cut it back to 40.
You wanna cut it back to 40?
I'll be the bad guy.
I helped you.
So animal shelter back to 40?
Yeah.
Did they give us the breakdown like they've been doing that, right?
Yeah, they give us a monthly breakdown, give or take.
And then they give us
including
anything in the budget? Their
It
I think.
costs
is,
and,
it's in the back of that,
She wrote
yeah.
a little note to us.
In the back of 6A, I got 21, I don't know where it's at in there, but all the requests are back there.
It's like 3 pages before we look on it, 3 or 4 pages.
Dairy services.
I was thinking
It's behind Radiant.
This is behind reading. How much do we give live stream?
We gave them 5,000 this year,
5,000?
out of community assistance.
the community assistance is the,
One line item that the commissioners have.
For donations, to organizations.
Like to Hometown Days, to Montclair Jamboree, to the Heritage Days, Historical Society.
is that where the historical society was gonna come out of, is all?
That's what
It
we
comes
did.
out of that.
I saw it kind of there for,
Isn't it?
That's where it came out of this year, so. budget for 27 has some of them separated.
Yeah, so you separated some of them, but then asked for an extra 10,000 this year for community assistance.
Well, we're down to $500 more out. Oh, the Blackford Carnival, for to help the kids go back to school. We didn't have, we only paid 1,500. They asked for 5.
Yeah, I think the community assistance, the commissioners need to have a little bit of money to.
Yeah, I'm not,
Throw out
I mean,
things
it's
to-
county, it's just not.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you guys
Yeah,
need to have the ability. It's better to have them come and ask you guys than to have to come
Come and
there.
ask all of us individually. Anything else?
So you're sticking with 40, the animal shelter?
senior citizens going up this
What's that?
The senior citizens is going up, the 4-H is going up. Is this,
For each one, they went up 5,000.
there's another request for 20,000 from the 4-H, is that?
They asked for 10 more than they've been getting.
Okay, 4-H is, they asked for 25,000.
That's why I said
It was mostly for insurance.
they'll leave the animal shelter at 47. It's just more work for Lisa.
I will tell you,
I don't
that
think it's,
89 families coming in the shelter.
I don't think it's a gross
Just in
ask.
Just in July.
I mean, we're
They
not
have
gonna,
89
like John said, I mean, if we had to hire, we'd have 50,000 plus just in salary for somebody. We wouldn't have anywhere to put the animals. It's a cheap thing, it really is. I mean, it's a necessary evil.
I don't disagree,
I don't think that one's one with nickel and dime, that's my opinion.
I think how it feels like.
Not sure she will, I know she's very ill right now, so.
4-H, I mean, we just did quite a bit for the 4-H. So I guess I question, we've done quite a bit for the 4-H last year. And now they're not doing those.
They typically get 10, right?
They got 20 last
They
year.
got 20 last year.
Yeah.
So you wanted to take them to 20, or you wanted to take them lower than that?
15.
Well, I mean,
I'm about to be.
do you know why they wanted 5,000 more? Does anybody know why they wanted
It
that?
says,
I thought their request was for 20.
It's for 25.
it's to cover
You
the
might,
insurance.
I still, yes,
One
I
for
have.
20. Insurance was a lot more.
Probably insurance. I got 26 and 27 put in there.
Well, that's
That was my
26.
fault.
Oh, that's
where
the extra 20.
Sorry, I just didn't realize that until after the books were together.
So is it 25 guys?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they requested.
Cause this one I was like, the 25 is, they did a budget and it says that they need it for covered insurance.
It says that money is back in the commissioners, it'd be specific to insurance.
Yeah.
And their insurance bill is $26,044. Went from 6,600 to 26,900.
Quarterly. Extra 20,000?
So it's quarterly 6,600, or 26 annually. That's very good.
Right,
All of them. Because insurance is going up.
I'm like you.
We all got very positive for 4-H in the last year.
I'm good with that back to 20.
Goes back to 40.
And I'm not against the senior citizens by any means, but do the towns pay for senior citizens?
The city gives them the building.
Did you sit right there?
Yeah.
So
The
you got
city
funding from the
pays.
city and,
We're using the building,
gotcha,
and they do give us a grant.
okay.
Are you in charge of repairing the building, or are they repairing the
They
building?
are.
So this is for like, to do your meals and stuff, or that kind of stuff? You know, all the other activities you guys do down there?
We'll be there one day.
I can even go now. Like I said, I'm not against it by any means, I was just curious.
It's been the, security system, computer hardware, computer software, is that all one-time charge, or we just?
I was gonna say, is this the computer hardware and computer software that we were just talking about?
Yeah, we took it out of,
A different fund
Hume,
last year?
yeah, it was in Hume Tap.
So that right there is with the 79,000 prior to, that's $229,000 a year. So.
Like,
Add that to the
software is in the
100.
hole right now. We have
Add that
budget
to
for
the
60,000.
16.
But I'm just saying,
Yeah,
if we did a different option, I
yeah,
think we'd be.
if we do the employee option, it makes a whole lot better. If we go to leap, it would be.
It could potentially be more, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
not a right. In my opinion, not a good choice.
And what is the security system equipment? Are we updating the courthouse or?
Is that for the,
It's for one, I'm sorry.
is that
It's for here.
for the doors that didn't get done on the?
Is Megan here?
Megan.
Megan, come here a second.
Look,
Or somebody tell us about this.
We're doing that regular meeting, I think we're on the agenda for it.
Brian just mentioned it on that too,
They're on the agenda apparently,
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
I think we are for your regular meeting afterwards, yeah.
That's my
And what was it for, I guess? Give us a rundown real quick.
So, right now, our doors, on the public entrance and employee entrance are not all on the security, and the ones that are on the security system are not to code how they should be with the fire department. Because of the sensor at the top, it makes it, it unlocks it anytime somebody's going to the restroom. On the employee side, if you're going on this side, it unlocks it because it's motion sensor. And you have to have that because of the fire code and having egress out. What this will do is, change it all to the, push bars and the striking.
What we had before we put these.
No, it's not what we had, it'll actually electrify the push bars, but, and it'll all be into the Verkada system as well. Tied in where they can have it on the schedule.
I think you guys kinda touched on that not too long ago.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. I remember that conversation. I just didn't know the price of it.
Yes. And one more, information on that one is.
Yeah.
We better
We just-
prepare to give you guys some
Yep.
answers.
5 mile overview of it.
Back to the prior page, I mean, I just, our insurance went up $100,000 and you can't use it.
Say it again.
Our insurance went up $100,000 and we can't use it.
What do you mean you can't use it? This is,
We never make the
this is for the buildings, this is
Right,
for.
liability.
Yeah, your,
Yeah.
and your cars.
For all the county buildings, every county building we have.
Right.
What do you mean you can't use?
What do you mean you can't use it?
Well, we just had to pay the jail bill when they flooded, right?
Well, that was,
Different, that's not.
Oh, that's not in that.
That's not that long, that's not that long. It's liability only. It has nothing to do with insuring it for water leaks or repairs of lines.
It wouldn't, like, that would have been equipment that broke.
Mhm.
And they were getting from the water.
You have to have something under your policies to be covered, so it probably wasn't.
But that would be a liability.
No.
No, we
Yeah.
keep it all under.
It's all under life
insurance.
insurance.
I mean, I take liability out, but involved.
Yeah, so it is part of that.
And it did increase.
And then, do we, on the leadership program, I see you've got that budgeted. Do we have any more details on that?
They're coming to speak. I'm sorry.
Schaefer Leadership?
Yes.
He's scheduled to be here
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Okay, yep,
Should be on the agenda.
it is.
Anything else?
Council? Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Planning and zoning? Calling planning and zoning?
Hello. So, I'm not changing anything other than if the inspector does get approved, I'm just asking for a new vehicle, fuel and garage motor to take care of the vehicle. And I'm not saying that a new vehicle will be 50,000, but just to make sure it gets covered.
I'm seeing the budget for it.
It sounds fun. Since we're at City Hall's office for so long, what's the life expectancy of the vehicle? I would assume it would be similar to the 9 miles that the surveyor was at.
Yeah, and Paul just turned in, or just exchanged his truck, and that was what, 4-year-old truck?
So every 5 years, 5 years.
Was it 5?
Yeah.
Every 5 years.
Yeah.
Do at least one ball.
No. How many miles does he drive?
A year?
Have you been keeping track of mileage?
Probably 20 to 25 for that. Probably a little higher than that right now, possibly.
And I even thought of maybe going with like a hybrid, so we're not using as much fuel.
I've been contemplating Schwinn.
There you go.
Well, maybe we can.
I say it was with a grant, but they got those.
Have you looked at grants at all?
I have not.
Don't have that. Are we deciding on the inspector right now? That was fine, this is all just workbook stuff. Everybody's thoughts. No. That is needed.
I agree. And the salary's paid for out of fees.
It's 2 for 1, two positions rolled into one.
I don't mind the idea.
There are a lot of things going under the radar right now that need to be corrected. The home do-it-yourself builders sometimes don't go to code. Which may not reflect on us, but it's an issue, a danger issue for them.
Do you have any, you have any not using could be used?
Try in the future.
Nothing now?
Got the two pool cars, once the solar car's finished. The lights and everything else on them. They have much miles on them. We have an old Ford. It's like 1990.
We'll keep it at 50?
Well, the only question that I got, I guess, is, and I spoke to Jim too, but, and I don't know other counties, I know we kinda talked a little bit about it, but,
Jim, you want to come up to the?
Sure. My only thing is like certified and uncertified, and I know that, like, right now, he's not certified as an inspector. He's willing to do that, but should we do a price change for that? Like, if you're not certified, one price, and when you get certified, another price, or?
As far as his salary or the
Yeah.
fee?
You talking like we do with the coroner? You
Yeah.
got a pathologist and non-pathologist.
Yeah. I'm just throwing it out there. That was
What all,
kind of
what all
my-
goes into, I guess, making, what is it, certified and not certified?
Yeah.
What's,
So
what goes into
courses.
that?
Yeah.
Just courses?
There are courses, yeah. Basically reviewing the code books. I mean, it wouldn't be a problem. It's
Right.
just time consuming,
Yeah.
funding to do it, combine the books and all that. There's three different courses that's part of the certification. And the fees would cover even an increase if that happened in salary?
I
Well,
don't.
I guess I would suggest leaving it at 50 for certified and a little less if you're not. 50,000 if you're certified.
You're talking salary?
Yeah, is that what you were just asking? Is that kind of what you were saying? Yeah.
Yeah, are the fees going to, if we would raise that, you're talking about leaving 50 for certified?
And I would like to see what other counties are, like, if, you know, if their inspectors are certified or uncertified and where their pay is, I guess.
It's split pretty much right down the middle.
Is it?
For local.
Is it?
Counties and cities, yes.
Okay.
That's my understanding though, it's for one or the other, you're gonna be doing both.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, so I think Grant County's inspector is at like 44,000, but then they have a code enforcer that's probably 10. The county, not city.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I
last
was
year's,
talking to Grant County, actually.
yeah, so last year's online was, I think, 44 last
Yeah,
year.
he's up at, when we talked to Randy, that was, he was at 46, 47.
Yeah.
Code enforcement is just below that.
Right, and with them two combined, you're not, you're probably a little cheaper. Like, I'm not, like I said, I'm not.
That's one of the things that was looked at, is
Yeah.
where the dollar amounts would fall
Yeah.
within reason.
We would start this January 1st. So we have proven our budget, we've got 4 months to get, we can figure that out, whether we're gonna get to 45 or
Realistically, how long does it take? Do online coursework?
You know, I was thinking about that. I don't remember there's a set amount of time that you have to do it. I believe it's 6 months. Right?
So we could approve it now and.
Yeah.
I say we approve that at 50 and then make the decision later on whether there's a licensed, unlicensed discrepancy.
Because we're gonna need to get she's got that rough draft, but we're gonna need to get write up a official job description, to go with the others, classify that.
So So we're gonna have the 50, leave the 50 on the line item, and then further discussion.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
You want to keep vehicle 50, or do you guys want to lower it?
What type of vehicle are you? A truck?
Discuss.
Yeah. that-
I would assume it's gotta be something to carry a ladder.
Something that I can get into and out of some of these job sites. But beyond that, yeah.
So it wouldn't necessarily need to be a truck, but an SUV
Right, there can be some flexibility. As far as a ladder, things like roofing.
No, it doesn't have to be.
For most of it.
It doesn't have to be new, and we can buy it.
Yeah, right. Government rates.
Yeah, I just put 50 just to cover bases.
Well, new vehicles with the warranties and the government rate is almost always a better deal than brand new. And that sounds counterintuitive, but at the end of the day, but I guess that would be what we want to budget, and then you guys are gonna just have to try to be responsible with the money. At least get it started out, right?
And with the fuel, I just went with what Paul uses and what he asked for, just kind of going off of what he's been using.
20,000 miles a year.
Yeah.
It's not a ton of.
The bicycle, when you get to a certain number of miles.
Well, I mean, we could say we took 10 off the new truck and put it on fuel. Something like that. Just we put 40 for a truck, put 10 back.
So you're adding 10 to gasoline and lube?
Yeah, adding 10 to gas, a little lube, and taking 10 away from the new truck. And we do have. We have, how much we have in permit fees, do you know?
I don't know about permit fees, but last year we had 149 permits, and this year we, as of July 31st, we had 240.
Well, what we have.
And what we charge?
It depends, some permits are 50, some are 25, new homes 125, but that is just permits, that's not inspections.
I think that's something maybe to look at too.
As of July 6th, we took in 25,500 in permit fees, or in inspection fees, and then last year we took in 28,400.
I think there should be room in new home fees.
We can certainly, email any ideas to APC, right? If you got ideas and concerns, send it to them and see what they think.
Say, if you guys want to send it to me, and then I'll forward it to the
There you go.
board.
Can you give us a list of fees and stuff, just so we got like a general reference of where they're at right now?
Yeah, it's posted on my door. You can look back
I didn't know that.
Like what we charge.
When you're driving by the road, we run.
Yeah.
Everybody,
Yeah, that's,
we're
add that
working
to
on
our list.
it. Gonna have 2 fees.
Yeah, a permit fee and an inspection fee. And it just depends.
Now, we
Yes.
pay out of it, but it's like a clearing account. What goes in is what we pay them.
And not all permits have the same amount of inspections. So a new home has 4, but a shed has none. Some have 2, so it just depends.
The wind and solar permit fees are going into a different.
They're going into permit.
They're going into the same one.
Yeah.
I think we had like $900,000.
Just the year.
At one
Yeah,
time.
At one time.
So, various funding mechanisms make this happen. It's a good, I think it's a good thing.
If you go out and inspect something, and it doesn't pass, and when you go back.
There's a reinspection
There's a
fee.
re-inspect fee.
Yep.
You wanna make sure you pass the first time.
Yeah, it's go anyway,
There are occasions where, right now, I'm not gonna ding somebody because they don't know how something was supposed to be done. But if it ends up being a repeat type thing, which invariably it ends up being a repeat type thing, sorry, if I need to come back, that's on you, that's not on me. You know, right now, every bit of that is on my pocket. I'm a nice guy, but, hey, only to a certain extent. Make sure the job's done right. If we have plans, go to the plans. If you don't go by the plans, I can't approve the inspection. You know, it's just pretty basic.
I keep reminding myself we're doing this for public safety.
There's been a lot of instances I've seen over the past, working on 3 years doing this, where it's the same thing every time. Something's not grounded right, something's not protected right. I looked at a garage, it's the final inspection on the garage. And there's just wires coming out of the concrete, not in a conduit, running into the electric box. I can't pass that. That man could have hurt himself, because there were no fittings at the power box, at the breaker panel. It was just wires running, bare wires. So I had to shut it down. That's scary. I don't wanna see somebody get hurt. I don't wanna see somebody get beyond hurt. I don't wanna see somebody sell their house and the buyer is buying a problem. And they could get hurt. That's exactly what you're saying, that's the purpose of it.
I'm good with it. Figure out how to pay for it.
Anything else, council?
I'm on council, but what are you doing part extra help?
Oh.
Since we're doing this, I would, what?
I approve it.
You approve it. Given all the change we're making, I'd like to see how this works first.
I would highly recommend a part-timer. I can't survive in there. And I don't see him being in the office very much.
Casey. Yeah, I talked to her the other day. For no more than, what is it, 15,000.
Yeah.
And she's trying to learn a new job. so-
Especially during this time where wind and solar, we've still got, a lot of permits to do for those coming up. I think it's,
16,200.
Yeah, that's 20 hours a week at the $15 an hour that you guys have for part-time.
I guess let me ask you, how do you plan on using the help?
I'm using them as my second person, being able to answer phones, do permits, why I can work on more of the board meetings and things like that, help with Jim.
If I could interject. interject, please?
Yes, go ahead.
I can't tell you how many times I try to call into the office. She doesn't answer the phone. Cause she's up to her neck in what she's trying to get done. If I'm trying to call in a job, I'm seeing a project going on, I saw an addition going on, I call the office, there's not an answer. Or if you're not in, if she's on vacation and I see something going on, where do I go with it? Now, yeah, if I'm working as the lead, I have latitude there. Right now, I haven't. Projects have gotten done, additions. I can't reach anybody. I mean, it's been that way since I started doing this, working on 3 years.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. That's where that part-timer comes in.
And like today, it was meeting day, so I was in meetings, and then I just had one person after another in my office. I couldn't answer the phone, couldn't do any of my work, so.
Or answer 3 of my emails.
Or answer 3 of his emails today. So having that extra person there, while I'm discussing other things, that they can be answering phones, getting permits for everyone. And I do have, the permitting process is now online, we take credit card, so it's streamlined, but I still have to do my part within the system.
The issue we had before, when we had a part-time, was, they were supposed to fill in, and we talked about that, she's gonna utilize them the way we expected before, that was never done. Utilizing it to keep the office open, like when she's on vacation, instead of just having somebody in there.
Good to take her vacation time.
Council, keep it in, 16,200.
Sounds good.
That's 20 hours a week at $15 an hour. Anything else on this? Council? Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Courthouse annex.
That's you, Megan.
Sorry, I can't hear you guys.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Which one is this for?
Courthouse annex.
1140 or
Page
1,000?
2040.
Council, or agenda.
You guys have this too?
I'm looking for that, I think I saw it somewhere. You always do a very good job doing this, I really appreciate it.
It helps me because I'm not doing this stuff at all.
That helps us. Okay.
So I know that there are some things that are changed in here and some things that are have a little bit different, and some are the same. Is there anything in particular that you guys would like to have any questions about?
I know that you explained the maintenance agreement that has to do with the HVAC getting moved to this versus the horrible service we were getting from Cabot, whatever it is.
Yep.
I get that one. The contractual services, that went down, where is that?
So the reason contractual services went down, there's a couple of things. In the past, we did not have the lawn care through TC Lawn Services. So my lawn care budget was not very high, and we were doing snow removal along with the extra work that TC was doing to take care of things. I did take it out of that more this year than I will next year, because I'm asking for it in the lawn care budget now, the lawn maintenance budget.
I gotcha.
And as well, there was some Corson things that happened this year. Because they were taken care of this year, we won't have to next year. Just some individual fire extinguishers. The emergency lights, we no longer buy them through Corson. I can either purchase them individually, and then we have Titan Electric come in and wire them. saves us a lot more money.
Have we seen any savings in our utility bills since we put in new windows?
I can look at that and compare it. You could always ask the employees if they can build a snowman anymore. By building a snowman anymore, nobody has rain in their door, in their offices anymore, so I would say it probably is making a difference. I'm just gonna go out on a limb on that
I would say
one.
if they're putting $100,000 in the utilities for the last,
And I've never changed that because that was there before I started. However, we're also adding in Comcast for the elevator phone into that this year, because we never used to have to pay for the elevator phone. It was included in the mainstream. It's no longer in that little thing back then. I don't know, it was a whole fiasco. Trust me, I tried to get it taken care of. So we have Comcast as a phone line in there, and it's not gonna mess with the budget at all.
I would say that, utilities have not went down. Or stayed the same, so, but like the utility price, so that what we're still covering with the same budget, so I would say just by looking at that, it's saving money, but it's.
We only spent 38%. It was just a question, I was curious if, but you're right, we may be using less energy, but the price per unit is probably still up.
The price per unit is definitely up.
I mean, our water bill comes out of that too, and we've been dumping on our cooling tower because of it, the problems through the HVAC. The float valve hasn't worked again, and so we're just dumping water constantly right now, and we're still doing pretty good.
Water is super cheap in Harbor City.
The maintenance agreement has a fairly large increase. But there's actual savings in that over what we're paying.
We're going over that actually more in depth. I've been getting some numbers together, and the commissioners and I are reviewing that some more. I've been doing some work on getting some, a lot more information gathered up. I do have this just to show you guys a little bit of what we've been spending in the past, and this is just like the PM agreements overall, and then this is the other bar graph will just be the spending of invoices that does not include the PM agreements, and I can give this to you guys to pass around.
And a lot better service, right?
Would you guys say better service?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Most definitely.
I'm not getting mad every day and getting mad at the commissioners for not listening to me anymore, and employees are happier in their offices. I'd say that's a plus for everybody sitting back there.
When there's an issue, they also come and listen. They don't blow Megan off.
They used to do that a lot.
Who blew you off?
The old HVAC company.
Oh, have one?
Yes. This company listens to not only me, but they listen to the employees. They ask them what's going on, and then they come back and check in. How's that unit running? What's going on? Is anything different?
They've been in the clerk's office every other day trying to fix our air. They've been wonderful. They don't treat us like we're a nuisance or anything, but I just have a really broken down unit.
She's one of the oldest units in the building.
They tried to put two different units together, and it worked for a little while, and then like every other day now, they've kind of been in and like trying to get it going, so.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this budget? Anything I'm asking for? I will let you guys know along with this, I don't have a number at this time, and I don't know what's going on completely because we are looking into it. I have asked for, in this custom hire, in this one and the other budget that I'm overseeing, a smaller amount than what I was foreseeing for the 2027, and I won't know what to tell you yet, but we are looking into taking care of the sidewalk on the north side, and we will need to update the compliancy of the ramp. That is a huge deal for the courthouse, but it is going to is gonna be, a larger amount than I was anticipating than originally, because we did not expect it to be as bad as it was. We did have somebody come out from engineering, they checked it out, from USI, Mitch, who we use with the ADA compliancy. He's got us some numbers together so we could get this, or some measurements together so I could get it worked up and get some quotes, but I don't have that number, or any estimate of a number for that right now.
That's a tear out replace
Yes. And, it needs to be done, not just for ADA, but for safety on the north side where the public comes in every day. As soon as I get that number, I will get it to you guys, but
Is there lighting included in this?
not in this part. That is
It is on
on the
list.
to-do list, but
Yep.
one part at a time.
And what's wrong with the ramp? It needs wider? or-
It's
Too
too
steep.
steep, so,
And handrails are not adequate.
yeah.
Your levels, you gotta go up so far and then have a landing, and then go up more to have a landing.
And handrails have to match, and we don't, and they don't.
You gotta have Elijah hold you when you're going down in a wheelchair.
Or you just go right over the Obi.
Free
And
rides, huh?
when he goes, whoops.
Any other questions, guys?
Thank you very much. Public defender? Superior Court?
Yeah, we got an $80,000 increase.
And that was my error, I did not realize it's for 2 full-time PDs. So it would be $73,920 for each one. They only have one now, he wants to increase it to 2.
Brian, can you explain that? You were in there, I met with Aaron today. Brian's gonna be able to articulate.
I can substitute and maybe provide some, basic information. Aaron had shared with us, looking at his budgets, there is a certain number of cases a full-time employee can take on, that would be then reimbursed by the state at a 40% rate. Once you go over that amount, you can't take any more cases. And so Aaron has tried to balance between he and the full-time he's using now, the remaining hours are farmed out on an hourly basis to other attorneys. What he looked at and explained to Councilman Goodspeed and us was, he thought adding an extra full-time that can take on that specific caseload would eliminate a larger chunk of the hourly pay that goes out. He thought there would be a realized savings there, the way he was modeling it. And my assumption is if he's in on Wednesday or for the 19th meeting, he'd be able to describe that to you in detail. But that was the theory, or I think the gist of the request was it might be more efficient to pay an additional part-time person maybe that same amount of hours they can provide on an hourly basis to a contracted attorney might be 90 or 100,000 as opposed to that 73. So that was the thought process as I understood it. Again, please, that is just it being explained to me and me relaying it. So I've not looked at that in depth myself. Hope he'll be able to explain that to you further.
So you don't know much, like, so if we went with 2, we would still need the 75,000 for the contract public defender?
I don't know if he's intending to request a reduced amount. What I think he's hoping is whatever amount is budgeted for the contract would be less spent. Whether that's still asking for 75 and then hoping there's an amount to return at the end of the year, I could not say for certain. He did not include that as a point of discussion when he explained it to us.
So this is a postponed vote.
We can do that.
Sure.
Superior Court. We're gonna take a quick break, and we'll reconvene in 10 minutes.
So nobody came out.
We good? We'll reconvene, come back from our break. Next up, we have Circuit Court, Judge Body. Frequent podium visitor tonight.
Thanks, Barbie. Yeah, I actually left my papers up here from last time, so. Folks, sticker shock, probably, if you look compared to last year, the budget request is higher. My intent tonight was to maybe, just give a very general idea of what the changes are, what the differences are, and some structural changes that we expect, starting with the calendar year 2027, and then as you guys digest that, I'll certainly be back Wednesday and can cover things in more significant detail and hopefully have some creativity I can present as well. When you look at the 2027 proposed budget, the primary difference is made up of three components. The first would be the 10% raises that I mentioned earlier for existing employees. The second would be that we had a model with 3 probation officers for the 2025 calendar year. That would actually be more apples to apples budget. Difference between the 2025 and the 2027 is only about $50,000. And that difference then is made up of a full-time compliance officer or field officer. And the reason that we are requesting that specifically in my budget, some members of council had suggested years ago, or at least asked years ago, what kind of cooperation we could get in combining resources between the probation department and the community corrections department. We are in a period of transition because our chief probation officer is retiring, and so we'll be replacing that position starting in January. Because of that, we felt that might be an appropriate time to merge those departments. And in doing so, one of the primary concerns we've always had is having the resources to have a field officer, a compliance officer who would be available during all hours to go with law enforcement and do checks on existing probationers or community corrections clients. I think that's something, Sheriff Heflin, that you felt has been helpful or useful as far as having that access and having someone available to do that. Officer Tignor, who's current probation officer, has been serving in that capacity and has greatly increased the frequency of how much we've been able to do those checks. But that, of course, limits his ability to be in the office, and if he transitions into that supervisory role in the probation department, he's going to need to be there to implement the program he wants and have less hours available for those checks. The intent of the full-time officer then would to be cover both probation and community corrections, and that is what has created that significant difference in budget. Is there would essentially be 2 new positions, and then right now the way that community corrections is structured, and Tyler could articulate this better than I, but they have the director and the deputy director's spots and then 2 officers. Right now, one of their officers is acting kind of part-time, doing field checks for the community corrections clients. Adding this position, combining the departments, would then increase his resources by allowing him to shift the 2 officers he has to simply full-time case monitoring and supervision. That field officer position I've added would be able to do checks for both probation and community corrections outside of the office. And that would be their full-time function.
So you would have 3 probation officers.
3 probation officers and one other, and I'll get into more detail about this as you guys can pose some questions. But one other added resource, the pitch in years past has always been based on state formula, that we're underserved as far as probation officers. State actually says we need 3.5. This would put us at 3, but shifting then the departments combined, if Tyler is in a position that he's the executive director of court services, his salary range would put him in a position that he could act as a certified probation officer because he's higher than their minimum pay standard, which means if we needed any additional assistance in probation, Tyler could carry a small caseload, help with precincts investigation reports or things of that nature. If someone's going on vacation, he can fill in. So that's actually an additional buffer without additional county expense if we're able to merge the departments. So that would be handy and useful as well as we are currently comprised as far as personnel.
So are you saying this field officer, if you hired, would do both probation and community correction?
Correct. Starting in 2027, January 1, the intent would be for those departments to operate under one umbrella. And that officer employed by the county would then cover for both. And the intent there would be to design hours mixed between day and evening, that they could be available not only to do routine checks of probation and community corrections clients. Compliance would be more along the lines of that individual has a curfew, they're required to be at work at certain times. That person has the ability to go check, but then additionally to act as a resource to our local law enforcement when there is a desire to have individuals who might be on probation or community corrections checked or perhaps investigated at a suspicion for new offenses that aren't related to the rules of their probation. That officer will be at their disposal to assist with making entry into the residences or otherwise.
Judge, how about pauper attorney? We showed no budget in 26, but we're negative 13,000.
Sure, that's no longer me, that would be out of the public defender's budget. I managed those up until 2025 when that office was created. And I could give you general information about how it's handled, but right now I have no information about what the numbers look like or how it would be impacted by a potential change.
Thank you. If it's negative, it's probably similar to what we had, where it was just taken out of a long line item, is what I'm guessing. We had several.
Probably is, yes.
Well, Councilman Wiesman, one other thing I could offer is complete speculation, but they are subject to a reimbursement system that I think is paid out quarterly, if I'm not mistaken. So I hesitate to say that's common, but back when I managed the fund, it was very normal for us to get low or close to being in the negative, and we would hit a reimbursement from the state that would then be applicable to that fund. So that's possible as well. And as you digest that or look through and come up with any additional questions, I can bring with me on Wednesday perhaps a chart that might show what that employee structure would look like that might be a little bit easier to follow, and then that may match up with any questions that you come up with.
What's the likelihood of these combining probation and community correction? Or not? Yeah. I mean,
Sure, 100%.
Okay.
Already have researched pretty significantly the models used by counties that have adopted combined programming, and there's not a hurdle that would prevent us from doing so.
You said you'll be back Wednesday with.
Absolutely. Yep, I intend to be here, and I can bring some diagram charts, and like I said, that may match up well. I would expect, particularly with the type of increase I described, any questions you have, do my best to answer them in detail, and then having, some, printed information that, diagrams, some of those things might be easy to follow along with that.
Anything else, council? Anything else, Judge?
Not tonight, and thank you guys again for the opportunity. I look forward to talking with you more Wednesday, as we develop more. You guys have a great evening.
Thank you. Thanks, sir. Emergency management.
So, I was, after listening to a lot of this, I didn't come prepared to ask for a whole lot of them. The couple things that I did ask for, give you some background, so there was 2 places, for meals, if you will, and just having 2 meetings so far this year. I already ate up all the budget. There was a request for an increase in the vehicle, so the truck needs some front end work done to it. The interlock brakes, and there's some suspension work needs done on the front end of the pickup truck. Sorry, pick them up, that truck. And then the training thing, I asked for that, which I'll have to do some research, because I was looking at that as being able to train the public, not training myself. So I'm gonna have to look at that and see how that falls within the budget. But again, I wanted to try and do training for the public. Something that came up today after the commissioners meeting that I hadn't thought about. There's a generator at the EOC that hasn't been started, tried, ran, serviced for several years. That I did not know that. So unfortunately, I can't be here Wednesday, but probably ought to look at something in the budget for looking into that generator, because in the event that we needed to use the EOC, I don't know that the power will work. So I just found that out this morning. I didn't even think about that, so I've only been up there twice.
Where's it located at?
At the EOC, right across the street from the annex. So Megan said that it has not been maintained, serviced, don't know when the last time it was ran, so that might be a problem. Hopefully it won't be, but those were the only requests that I had. I think it came up a total of $3,400 or something. If you have any questions about those.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
appreciate it.
Sheriff? This is the jail.
I got a quick question. I missed getting where does the jail start at now with Matrix? Is it at 40 or 41 or?
It's 40, it's 40 and some change.
Yeah, okay.
Going to 44.
I don't think this number that's on here is correct, 2026 one.
Like what you're now. So you thought it was supposed to be?
It's supposed to be more.
That will be 42?
I thought it was 22. That was the conversation last year.
I just missed right.
On the equipment repair and building repairs, that's like a pretty standard. We've been using that up quite a bit.
Yeah, we started, tried to start from the spots, but we need that up pretty fast. Right now, the muncher that grinds up waste as it goes out into the lagoon broke, so that's gonna be coming out of there. Those are expensive, and Chad says it saves us money because he installs it, and it's not a clean job.
Sounds like it.
Summer intern.
Yeah. There we go.
Was that intern from Purdue?
Inmates help with that too. So. The biggest thing we're in there that we need to talk about, and it's closer to the back, but again, patient inmate care. So, says 165 was 2026. But we are asking for 190 to cover getting our nursing hours up to, through QCC, it would be right around 30 hours. We're at 18 hours right now. Just to compare, so ADP, average daily population for inmates in our jail is 65. It's 68 this morning. The ADP for Wells County and Jay County are both 60. And I know these numbers because QCC also services their jails, and they provided this information. Wells County has 32 hours, and Jay County has 112. So, yeah, I don't know what you need a nurse that many hours for, but
What's their budget for patient care?
they didn't just hand that over to me, but I'm sure that we could get it if we needed to, with Gateway and everything else.
What's our hours set at, I'm sorry?
18.
18.
Yeah. We have a meeting next week and the week after that with 2 different medical groups. We just met with one last week, or we met on Monday last week. So we're gonna have some numbers to look at, to run through the commissioners. If we had 190 could be, I don't want to go over that. QCCs, they can get us 30 hours at 190. They also give, their mental health, we get bi-weekly right now. Everybody else has weekly visits. So, like, I'm sure they're paying substantially more than what we are.
How many hours does 190 get?
190 is 30 hours.
30 hours.
Yeah. We could potentially get 40 with a different company. And then we'd have to compare the contracts of what they offer as far as mental health, what other things they do. What comes with these groups too is we send somebody to the emergency room, we get a big bill back. And then what they do is they scrub the bill and they get it down to a very small percentage of what the actual bill costs. And then that's part of the contract. And we have to, by jail standards, have a nurse see someone within 7 days of them being booked in. So, and that's a position, they cover a lot of that. They cover the inmate grievances. They cover, they do something wrong, then their lawyers take care of that. I mean, we get sued anyway, but they would handle the majority of that.
How often do you have medical aid in there? Is it daily or?
So she tries to get in as much as she can, but she's only allowed 18 hours. Right. They don't like her going over. So she tries to get in there 3 days a week, and then she can try to space it out. We worked out a plan where they were coming in. I would prefer somebody with medical training passes all the meds. It's safer. Our jail staff doesn't have body cams, so you can have an inmate say, well, they gave me the wrong meds. It's almost impossible to do, but they've said it before. And that's not going to get there by 30 hours, but QCC has another plan where they can pay somebody part-time, and it could even be one of our staff to come in off duty as QCC, and they would train them how to pass. And all our people are trained how to pass meds, but they would give them additional training to work for that.
Didn't you just buy a program that helps with med passes and scanning and all that?
Mm-hmm.
How's that going?
We love it. it's great. Like, you can't go down there and sit, it alerts you when you get up and go do checks if they have something like that. We had extra watch, and they were getting up and going doing it, because their thing vibrates, let them know they need to go do a check. And the accountability side of it, being able to go back and check everything has been done, make sure all these things are done, because they have to go for a scan. Totally different from what we're talking about there. So I put the 190 because that would cover if we went to 30 hours of QCC. I think we need to increase. 18 hours is not enough, and it's hard for them to keep staff. Nobody wants to. It's hard to get somebody to work just 18 hours. There's a lot of turnover.
Is that like an RN position, I would assume?
LPN.
LPN position.
So the $190,000 is just for 30 hours of an LPN.
It's everything else. The 190,000 is
They deal with
everything else. It's the
grievances.
the nurse practitioner that has to see them. It's one lump sum for them to do the medical for the entire jail.
They take the liability.
Had you out at 30 hours, just based on other jail populations?
That was the number that they recommended, that to still keep it part-time, because once you get up to full-time, then you have to start paying for benefits and everything else. So
They want 30 hours.
it was their recommendation, because it ended up costing us more. They were trying to save us some money.
They wouldn't cheat that little bit. They have all those.
You want 30, or do you want to try 25?
I like the 30 hours. And again, like I said, we're gonna listen to these other companies, if they can do it for cheaper. And there's one specifically that we have come to see that the jail inspector recommended, and he sees every jail. not
Did
every-
it actually get your recommendation?
Mhm. So we're gonna talk to them. They say they only quote 40 hours. So, I don't know. We'll see once they give us a number. It could be astronomical, and that's why they're so good. But
So we can leave it at 190, and then you're just gonna see what else you can do.
yeah, we'll have four different, between QCC and the three other ones, we'll have four to look at and see what the best thing we can get for the money.
Anything else, Sheriff?
No, I'm trying to think of any other increases on there. I don't think.
You want to handle dispatchers? It's probably somewhere in it.
The emergency fund system is 1222. Q jail 2 at 1142.
All right, where we at? Emergency phone system? Page 67.
No increases. Living salary.
Everybody on 67?
Yep.
That led to.
Yeah, I got them.
All right, what's next page?
And I have Q jail. Yeah. Is that before that?
69.
Is it lit?
56 is
Lit public safety? Lit PSAP. Lit.
Let's go to page 56. 56. Public safety, county shield.
No increases other than, yeah.
So down 34,000? Okay, what's next? We got lit PSAP. staff on 69 and what page is that, Q jail?
Q jail and
You wanna do King Joe?
yeah.
46.
46.
46, nice.
46.
There's any increases in non-revenue.
Repair,
10,000.
Is there?
83.
Repair of equipment. From 83 to 20,000.
So 8380, I think what happened there, and the reason it's 8380 is because we asked for something else, and it got put in that line item for some kind of repair, or, I can't remember what it was. It was a transfer, yeah. So we transferred
Yeah.
to pay for the damage that we had out there, and then just put it all in that one line item, I'm guessing. That's why it's 83. We started with 20 last year. It wasn't originally 83. And we could have put that in any line item, transferred it. We just, that's where it fell.
So nothing really.
No. No, the decreases in what it actually is. Oh, that, yeah, the decrease. It's usually 20,000, that 8,380, it's usually always 20,000. Both of them. Okay, that's.
page 69.
I don't know why it should have, we transferred within this, it should have something else that was.
Yeah, so
more
here's,
audible looking
yeah,
at.
that, remodeling building repairs, that 30,000 can be 20,000. That's what it was. On Cume Jail. Go back up. I didn't catch that. So, what happened was, the money got transferred from repair of equipment into remodeling and building repairs, which increased that from 20,000 to 31,620.
So it can go to what?
They can both be 20,000. That's what they just have been. Yeah.
So you're changing modeling building to 20?
Yeah.
Did you have 30?
Yeah.
Okay.
And on page 57. On 1170, public safety, county sheriff. You want to, I mean, I'm okay with it, but you put them in 50,000, 20,000.
What's that gonna cost, like
Is that
$500?
changing?
That's not wouldn't be a decrease, I'm not really sure, that's not what was asked for last year.
Okay.
So there was probably the maintenance agreement that we did, we asked for additional, that's why it was up there. It's not,
So you're at.
it'd be the same one as last year.
Which one made us here?
The, equipment,
So back up to 50.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, it's on 1170.
So we got them bounced around, I have them ordered.
Sorry.
You're good. We are looking at the same thing. So you're public safety county sheriff.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, equipment was at 50 last year, is what it's
Yeah.
set here.
Yeah, that's,
But
so.
you only want the 20?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. If there's something that pops up that we need, we usually come in and ask.
Right. Okay.
Vehicles are up significantly also.
Yeah, vehicles, yeah, that was one of the things we talked about. So we did that loan for vehicles that the next couple of years we won't be asking for the loan payment.
ESAP, page 69.
Yeah.
obviously Blackford radios, so that's why that went to zero.
Yeah, the equipment was at 18,000, that's what I was talking about. The 18,000 there was, for the radios that we came and asked for the additional 4 to upgrade out in dispatch.
You up to date equipment wise, you think?
Yeah, we're doing really well right now. I mean, we try to stay with the times and give our guys every opportunity to be proficient and good at their jobs. And you guys have done a great job of helping us with that. But we go to trainings, we go to a lot of these conferences, and if something comes out that we think would benefit us, then we always look for ways to get it. Right now we're doing pretty well. We have to upgrade, not upgrade, but renew our maintenance agreement in our interview room. So I'm looking for ways to be able to pay that out of the budget now. So that might be something I could do at the end of the year. We have some money left over to shift around. But as of right now, we're doing good.
Got a generator that deal with it.
Yeah, the generators is still something that we have all the numbers, so if you want us to bring that to the next meeting, we can, but
Probably should.
yeah.
You might have to
Is that
update
something
your
you were,
budget.
I thought that was something you were trying to get done with budget in the year.
Yeah, I would like that. It's taken a while.
I mean, do we wanna do it right budget, or do we wanna?
Yeah, it could be something we bring into the regular meeting if I need to.
I don't think we need to add any more than that.
Anything else, Sheriff?
Yes, sir.
Council? Thank you very much. Transfer station. Page 35. John? Transfer station?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I figured.
It's a little loud back
Things
there.
went down, so.
Looks good. Yeah. What's your secret?
The longer your meeting goes, the more leaks. I don't think there's any surprises on the transfer station. Basically, everything stayed the same. The only thing that went up probably a little bit based on the salaries is the, cost of the driver operators. Did it?
$400.
Oh, $400.
About the,
I might have screwed up then.
That's your secret.
Like, yeah.
There it is. That's a secret. Look at the money.
Let's see Wednesday.
No, you won't. I apologize, I won't be here Wednesday. My wife has surgery, so I will not be able to be here.
Council?
Okay, I'll be back up for more.
You got something else while you're up there? County coroner?
Which ones you wanna do? Cume Cap, Cume Bridge, 73, 76, 1169, Burden Cap.
Let's do them all. Well, real quick, county farm, anybody have anything? Okay, where do we start on page?
What do you guys want, John?
You tell me.
I would go 1169.
869?
No, 11.
1169 account. Local roads and streets.
Well,
Getting there, hold on. 55, page 55.
55.
I decreased the road repair a little bit because of the new fund that's coming in.
The lane mile distribution, it will be a fund all of itself. We got our lane mile distribution this year was 100 and I wanna say 158.
I was gonna say 160, so.
Yeah, it's in that area. 185, we're both right, 185, so, that's why I decreased the, little bit in the, local roads and streets. That fund balance, the overall bank balance on that is declining, cause I've been so aggressive on keeping our roads up in repair. But now that we have that 185 in the lane mile distribution, that will go all solely to road repair. There is restrictions on it, on how I can use it, but I'll use it on all road repair. I will follow their guidelines.
What's next? Looks like,
MBA.
$1173 is pretty much basically the same. Increased a little bit. Probably because of salaries. So 25% of my foreman's pay comes out of 1173. 40% comes out of for the driver operators. And then this is where I also take out a lot for culverts, the asphalt, that's bituminous, it's our liquid asphalt we use for chip and seal, road repairs, and then our stone.
Page 59, administration.
Yeah, salaries will be up a little bit. Basically, everything else was about the same. This is where I put in for, I put in our budget for the rest of the paver cost. Our new dump truck that we committed to. It's on the last page. I did increase the repair of equipment, 20,000. So the salt shed line item will disappear, because it won't be taken out of this year's budget. We have our pad built, we're just waiting to get the piers poured and then, the building erected.
It'll be taken out of 26.
That's why there's no request there for next year.
Did you ever get the fuel things figured out?
Yes, so we are in compliance with IDEM on the ELTF fund. So it's a cost we pay every year to IDEM to have them, basically certified or in their fund. So if we have a major catastrophe, this ELTF fund will pay for it. We have to put in a separate account, $15,000 for the deductible. And then this fund will take care of everything else since we are in compliance with IDEM on our tanks. So at this current time, we are not planning on removing those tanks.
You're gonna keep using
We're
those
gonna keep
tanks?
using them.
Expectancy on the life of those, if you had to guess?
They're fiberglass, right?
Yep, they're fiberglass.
Lifetime.
IDEM is doing a big push to get all of the older tanks replaced. But until they come and tell me that I have to do it, we're gonna keep going the way we are, so we do not have to pay insurance anymore, through Angela Smith. It is all done with this $15,000 set aside in a separate account for the deductible, and the ELTF fund will take care of the rest if we have a catastrophic, fault.
Good job.
In the tank leaks, whatever, so.
Well done, sir.
Trust me, we've had a lot of discussions on it, and I learned a lot of this through, Creek Run Environmental, through Jason Lentz. He is actually on that board and, made us aware of it. And, actually gonna save us a lot of money, cause we paid Angela, I don't know, $5,000 a year
For just that, yeah.
for just the insurance on the fuel tanks, so.
Very good.
Perfect. Well done, sir. Anything else?
Hume Ridge.
Page 42.
So the reason that is extremely inflated, because I have to budget in all of the cost for bridges 23, 56, and 57. All of those engineering fees, most of those we get 80% back. So 57, we get 80% back. 56 and 23, the reason 23 went up so much is because that bridge will be let in July of next year. So there is a possibility that they will start tearing that bridge apart late next year, into the fall, probably last over into the winter. So I had to put some money in there to be able to pay some of the bills, so.
So the engineering fees are on 3 bridges that you're looking at? for next
Yes.
How about a dam? Do you do dams?
Sorry.
Nice dam.
I did put the guardrail up and
We
blocked
don't
it
need
off.
it. We don't need a guardrail. We're
No,
gonna.
I did out there
Oh,
at the
yeah,
dam,
you
so,
did.
yeah. So that way it made it safe for the public. Nobody can drive across it. You can only walk across it.
At your own risk.
At your own risk, that's right. Then the Cume Cap Development Fund, I lowered it, for the simple fact that, if we keep using out of it at the rate we are, that will be in a negative balance. So I will pull back, pulling so much engineering fee and culvert repair out of it. Try to make up some of the shortfall in that lane distribution, or in one of the other funds that I can pull culverts out of.
And you also took computer hardware, computer software out of
That,
that fund?
so that was taken, Lisa took care of that, that's with the commissioners, that's what they were talking about earlier. That, the reason it was added into one of their other accounts is we pulled it out of this one.
Okay. Got it.
All things considered, you sit pretty good.
Yeah, yep.
Any other ones?
I don't think so, we covered everything, I believe. The only other one was the, reverting cap, the solid waste distribution, non-reverting cap fund. Basically, we will not use anything out of that until we get into the repair of the transfer station, meaning the caps on the cells. So, I did get a phone call, last week from a contractor that was bidding on the trail project about possibly taking all the dirt from that trail. 270 triaxle loads of dirt, and, I said, we'll take it.
Yeah.
So, we can possibly use some of it to start, if we're not gonna cap the whole thing, we can start capping the areas that came up, that have dead grass on them, so we have to dig part of that off, put new dirt on top, and recap it, pack it in, sow grass on it.
Are they all too far spread out to work in one section?
Oh, yeah, they're all over,
Bigger?
yeah, yeah. if you'd asked me that, I'd have had Sam come and do her magic, and she
Yeah.
has a map of it, cause we went out there several years ago.
No, I figured it was a spot
And
here.
That's exactly what it
Yeah.
is. Some are larger than others, so.
Sure. I was just hoping if they were all isolated, we could just dump all the dirt in that, but I didn't figure it was.
No, it's sporadic all over the whole thing, so.
Perfect.
Council?
Good. Thanks, John.
Thank you,
Thank you.
John. I have page 37 as the next one.
Yep.
I'm just saying, that's what they did in the old one.
Let's add it.
You walk it over, so, what the hell?
Edit.
No, take it out.
Contractual services for the Senate.
On 100.
Well, the crowd got thinner.
Yeah, you can come in and sit down.
Cooler.
Yeah, contract services went up $100,000.
It's one, yeah, it's C edit, 1112.
That is that what
I'm
the?
not sure if that's the full amount, but that's part of it. There's an increase in the economic development contract, I believe, which is part of that. Oh, no, that's
It's
not the
not
whole
an
increase.
increase.
You didn't increase the 100.
You didn't increase.
No, it didn't increase that much, but it increased some, didn't it?
No, not this year.
Oh, I thought it did, okay, never mind.
No.
You talking about contractual services?
Yeah. Commonwealth.
We have Commonwealth.
BF,
and
and the 100,000 is for the BFNS review of the, yeah, most of that's most of the 100 is the 78 for BFNS to do the procedural review that we requested.
Was it BF and S?
BFNS, that's 78,000.
Butler.
Fairman, Seifert.
And then we're paying for the Xsoft for the assessor's office, the computer
Yeah,
program
but
over
I
there.
don't remember how much that was.
And do their maintenance, and I can't remember how much it is.
That would be in the increase.
Do what?
Pardon? How much was the new Mary?
30 years.
Yeah.
It's a while, yeah.
That's a while.
52,000 a year.
The city pays that too, don't they?
Yeah,
Yes.
we pay half of it.
Still bad.
Maybe.
Cause I was thinking it.
Jackson Township Sewage District. How those weekly meetings going?
Fabulous. I have heard from them every day. They're on top of it, and I haven't heard word since we last talked.
But they promise they have the
Right.
meetings and.
Yeah.
I thought that was getting.
Oh, well, yeah, it was. It's supposed to be done this year.
It's supposed to start
And
in October, November timeframe is what I'm being told.
It's supposed to start last October, November.
I
now they
understand
have
that.
wind turbines, slow them down, they kind of coordinate.
Well, they had to rebid it out.
They had to rebid it, correct?
We got a $50,000 bump in that request.
Yeah, cause they're still working off the old system,
Mm-hmm.
which, yeah.
Is anybody here from Sewage District? So we can put it back down to 10, and
That'd be my recommendation.
then they
Well, I
can.
tell you, they're gonna ask for additional because they're in the whole 10,000 right now.
And I think they need to raise their rates now. I don't think the county should keep eating it.
Well, I think the last meeting we had, we talked about this, we even did the math for them and told them what it probably should be. But
Yeah.
they can at least come here and.
What is it right now? everybody else in the world's paying 125, and
Right.
they're working on.
I can't remember exactly what it was, to be honest, I'm not gonna
Right.
say, but it is definitely not anywhere close to where it should be.
So we'll put that at 10, and then have them come Wednesday night. Maybe they have a very good reason for it.
She gives us explanation,
Nobody's paying.
brief explanation to help Jackson Township or JTRSD get back on their feet. Still struggling. Maintenance and testing.
At the end of the day, John, I think if they disband it, it still falls back to the county, so we're gonna be on the hook one way or the
Yeah,
other.
in the end of the day, if they resign,
Yeah.
then we automatically become the board.
Who's we?
We being the county,
Commissioners?
probably, well, it'd be the county, so my, probably would be some form of a combination of commissioners, and I don't know how that picture looks. I just know that according to the state, the Jackson Township Sewer District goes defunct, meaning their members resign or they can't get members, then it becomes our ball of wax no matter what.
I think they're pretty much on their last of their members.
I think that.
And at least one of them just moved out of there, or two of them that were on there just moved out.
Well,
I'm not
we've
sure.
only done, all we've
Still
done
serve
is
on it.
extend what they were gonna do last budget time. They were ready to quit.
Well, I mean, we've been talking about this project for what, 6, 7 years?
Too long.
And we ask them to do things, they say they'll do it. Kyle volunteered his time and, it's just, it's hard to help them when they don't
Want to help themselves.
And maybe they have a good reason.
What's
Does
that?
John do sewers?
Do I do sewers?
Yeah.
No, but I guess I could. As long as you're willing to raise my pay, I'll help take over that
We need
project.
dam builders and lagoon diggers is what we need.
Not hard to dig a hole.
If council doesn't have to put it at 10.
Let me put it this way, the FBI quits at 45 feet looking for somebody, so. No.
46 is the best.
I don't even wanna know how you know that.
Just those weird little facts.
Yeah, I guess my thing is we'd ask them to look at raising their rates, they have not raised their rates. They're not trying to help themselves.
Right.
That's my big holdup.
Because the problem's gonna be, if, and I think we'd all agree, if we get involved as a county government, the rates aren't gonna be
Right, they're gonna have to cover the
lower,
bill.
right?
Right, they're gonna have to be in range of what everybody else is,
Which
maybe
is-
even more.
I mean, that's the thing.
Because
like
those
John
rates
said.
are based on number of working sites to cover the costs. And,
But we get keep dangled by these companies that it's right there, we're gonna get this new lagoon, just come fix it, it's like, we get right there, well, we need another 60 grand, and I feel like we're getting fleeced, I feel it's.
You
I
only got
agree.
Commonwealth Engineering working on it.
Right.
That's your problem.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, like John said, I mean, you got people in the cities rates that went up.
Just on average,
They're
of the
still
ones that
down
have done
on-
sewer districts, Wells and Adams, and I work
I
in
know
both of
it
those
is.
counties. On average, their bills are $125 per house.
Keep sucking
Paying
the other
120
county. We keep paying the damn
Yeah,
bills.
so right around 125 is a good figure.
And that's what we tell that board,
30.
if we take over, it's gonna be $125 a month. No, I don't know. But again, maybe they got a good reason, and I guess they can come.
Well, the reason is they don't have any money because they haven't raised the rates. I mean, I understand, but it's the point of.
They haven't raised the rates and their residents aren't paying the bills. Only a handful of the residents pay the bill. That's.
And you can shut off sewage.
You can.
Oh, yeah.
It'll go somewhere.
Well, but then, that's when everybody else steps in, so, you know, I mean, it's.
Yeah, so right now behind there, what is the 2,000 still budgeted for the Blackford County?
That's your legal fees?
Legal fees.
So we're still paying legal fees monthly.
I would venture to say that we're waiting on the, I didn't do the public meeting.
Where's the legal?
That's what we're waiting on.
Right below that, the Blackford County Sewer District.
The sewer district isn't dead, like everybody thinks, but we have to have the public meeting for the state. And that's what we're waiting on. The state has to do that public meeting. And I'll just tell you how far behind they are.
Yeah, so why are we still paying attorney fees?
Because they postponed it, and we have to have our attorneys when they do those things.
John, did you say item was
What's that?
Did you say IDM was doing
mandates
those
from the
meetings?
state.
IDEM will do the public meeting,
Okay,
yes.
that's what I wanted to make sure.
She pays $25 for each one that she does that. And they're gonna-
It's the idea that it's
Yeah.
cheaper to pay that $2,000 over the year is to tell them we don't need it, we want to charge us $6,000 or $8,000.
Yeah.
It's like always the same amount.
Anything else? Riverboat?
We can take that to 1,000 because the sheriff pension is paid out of sheriff.
I'm sorry, say that again.
In the riverboat,
Yes.
we can take it down to 1,000 because the sheriff pension is paid out of sheriff's department. It's in their line item.
So you're gonna drop it back to 1,000?
Community corrections project.
He just went to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Oh, now he's gotta wait till.
We waited 3.5 hours.
Oh, well, I think he went like 5 times.
Well, we can go county sales disclosure, training, education, who's responsible for that?
That is assessment.
Nothing changes, questions? Bridge budget, tab. Jim Green, I think Paul already covered that, right? New jail, free community, any questions?
44. We didn't do the courthouse.
Yeah.
Plus.
He's back.
Too late.
Too late.
Gotta wait till the end.
Come out with budget?
They cut you off.
Cume Courthouse.
Sorry, I have to find my paper. You guys got this one? Anybody have any questions? This is the one that, the custom hire, that's where I will eventually have to take the money out for the, sidewalk and ADA ramp, all that. I just don't have a number for you yet.
So we can anticipate this going up.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll say.
And I will say though, in the previous years, these numbers have been a lot higher. I have not had to use this as much because of, everything that we have put in the courthouse and the project that we did. So, a lot of that I don't have to use as much this past couple of years.
Questions?
Thank you for the explanations.
Very helpful, very helpful.
Huh? No, I do wanna let you guys know, if you guys do have any questions, I invite any of you to stop by the office. I can show you any of the invoices over the past year that, for any of the contractors and, show you where we're at with stuff.
Well, thank Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Tyler.
So our budget is just a 5% reduction from last year's budget, passed down from the state.
We waited all this time for that?
That's it.
You're not nice enough for utilities this year?
Do I have that from here? Or was it the commissioners?
Said that you budgeted 2,600 last year, zero this
Yeah,
year.
I'm gonna ask to not pay utilities in 2027 as a county department.
Yep.
That's part of my budget cut. Utilities.
Gets awful cold in the winter time.
It does, but we'll manage. I guess I apologize, I thought that was the commissioners that we paid utilities. So yeah, we pay a flat rate of $400 a month. Just requesting we don't do that.
Anything else to your corrections related?
That'd be it.
Council, questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Sales disclosure, there it is.
Say 47.
47, drug-free community, is that you, Tyler?
No,
Who is it?
drug-free community, I think that's the, isn't that that LCC board, local? Believe, so, is that right, Jim? We do this every year.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's that board that.
Yeah.
It's,
Where they pay like
yeah, it has
sub-
nothing to do with you
state
guys.
highway substance abuse fees and stuff then too.
Yeah.
And then that money gets granted out to treatment prevention and, it's the third one.
Emergency planning right to know, is that Jason or is it somebody else?
Yeah, Jason's.
Yeah.
Questions, council? Health department?
Easy.
It is, this sure it is. And I thought it was gonna be a big deal, the one thing I asked for that was kind of significant. Most of it is, like Lisa and everybody else, some little increases just because the cost of everything, except we did on the, maintenance, and I even made you, now it seems kind of silly because it's just going up 3,000, but I did make you, if you want to pass these around, why we need a little extra in that account. It was, let me get to the right fund that it's on. It's the one that went from 7, and we're asking for it up to 10. Although we won't be doing everything on that list, because I didn't realize how much a rail would cost, until we got a bid. And so, that's okay, we'll bump some things till later.
How much is it, Rail?
That is not on there because I just got that today, so we've only checked with one. I thought it would be less than 5, in which case we need more than one, but we just talked to Rodney Johnson, and he, gave us a bid at 6,000. So we're gonna get a couple more, obviously, and maybe that's a reasonable price. But ours has to be replaced, it's old, it was probably there under Dr. Parks, actually, and so it's time. So we'll get more quotes, and I just had that one today.
Is that your white?
The white that goes up the 2 sides and it has the ramp. Yes, the one broke and there's spikes that it went into that, and like that, it's gonna have to all be, yeah. But it's, we've gotten our money out of that rail, it's been there for like way, since we've had that as a health department, I think. Which was like 1980s, I believe.
And was that
And
a
then-
quote to replace what, like exactly like what you have now, or? Do you know?
Yeah, I mean, the ramp is fine, our
like our ramp,
Right.
green, all that is fine, it's not as big a deal as that other, but he's still gonna have to get those spikes that are in the cement that stick up, that went into that fence, so it's gonna be whatever he has to do to clear those out, and then new railing. And I don't have the, yeah, I don't have
But
the.
you were gonna put a fence like you had back up, not just a single pipe railing.
No, it'll, yeah, I'm not sure, oh yeah, like, yeah, it probably will be similar to what we had there, yeah.
Can I make a suggestion real quick? So sorry, cause this is a public railing, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So we should consider a, ADA compliancy for that
Mhm.
as well, to make sure. So if it's a fence railing like it is, it might not be the same.
Yeah, cause you know, it comes up, the slant's fine, but then,
Yes.
and there's just one, but I mean, it's not very long.
It's the
So
grip that
we-
you have to worry about.
Yeah, the
We
grip
can get
plus
you
how
in-
big you have to have that pad at the
We
top,
can
right?
get you in contact with
No,
Mitch
just the
Hansel.
railing itself.
That would be
That does
awesome.
our engineering for all of our ADA compliance
Oh,
stuff.
that would be awesome, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you'll get me that name.
Yes, ma'am.
And we will do that, you know,
Yeah.
tomorrow. So that price could vary, but I mean, that's something that has to happen. And the other things can wait, we'll worry about cabinet tops and vanities some other day, you know, those are all the things that need to be done before we realize that. The one bid that's in there is, you know, we use the same exterminator, you guys all do, that's in there, and, there's an ant problem, I mean, they come regularly, so he's recommended that we, the mulch bag, put bricks in there. Tim Kane has been in there, that's like $900 and some dollars, so not too big. And then like exterior lights, the things on the list, most of those are little things, but the railing and be sure, yeah, will be the big thing, so it could be more than, yeah. Cause we were just going from 7,000 up to 10 on that line item, so it could be a little bit more.
You wanna bump it to 12 or 13, to be safe that we're.
You want to, and we'll have the bids, I mean, if it's less, but that would be good, you see that, right? It was 7 last year, yeah. On the 1159, page 2, it says building maintenance, 7,000.
Yeah.
And we were asking for 10, but yeah, probably should.
That's,
And we'll get,
what do you think, 13?
Yeah, be safe.
okay.
12 plus
Safe.
1.
12,000, 20,000.
And obviously we'll bump things that aren't urgent off that list.
That number.
And that's really the only big change on there. I know it's a little bit confusing because we have all these grants that, you know, a lot of these pages are grants. So we divide, some comes from this, you know, some of the, you see redundancy because we have to go from all those.
So like local public health services, page 52. Nothing really changed, it's mostly salaries, it looks like. Repairs and maintenance stay the same. Communications and transportation.
Just a little normal bump.
Now there's another page for her. That is 54. 54. Longevity pay was zeroed out, was that paid through something different?
On the, let's see, let me look here first, be sure on that one. That was on the custodian, right? And now we're doing we have a switching custodians, and now it's a flat, they're paid, by contract, and that's on a different sheet.
Okay.
So that's changed to, we've had Steve Baker forever, we don't have him anymore, and so now it's on a different line, so yes.
The last one. What's the last one for health?
I know it's a little confusing, because 8120 and 8121, those two funds, both preparedness and base, those are grants. So there's some things that are like listed twice, like training and education, because they really should be one, but two, they're mid-year. I don't know who, that's up, you know, at the courthouse level, as far as, if we ever wanna, I don't know if it's easier to leave them as two separate ones, or put them all in one, and then we wouldn't have things on one. Yeah, because they could be switched to one, be easier for us. We don't have to divide it into twos, but, so those kind of share each other as far as the expenses. And they're grant money, it's grant money. It varies every year, we get anywhere from 20 to 25,000 on that grant. The Health First Indiana, they did not increase this time, so that's good, just remember, we increased this
Good.
for this year, so that's staying good, so we have still a couple of salaries and benefits coming out of that still, which helps the county.
Yes, we appreciate that.
So, yeah, so other than those, the maintenance thing, that was the only really big thing.
Council have any questions? So, we did bump 10 to 13.
Appreciate that.
Thank you for your
And we'll talk to, and we'll talk to him tomorrow, but yeah, talk to your guy tomorrow and get some bids on that.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Identification and security protection. Page 51.
We keep going back.
That's the same. Same 3,000. Superior Court jury pay doesn't change. Pretrial diversion rural program. Second stayed the same. Questions? If you guys have a question, just let me know, we'll stop. Rainy day. The recorder perpetuation fund. We're on page, what, 64?
Yeah.
This is, hey Chris, this is what you're talking about, the extra help for 5,000, AI is not gonna do that?
Yeah. We have it in our budget, but I don't have to use it. Because in 3 months, they told me AI is gonna be able to take care of all that stuff.
But this is what we're talking about, the extra help under your recorder's perpetuation fund?
Yeah,
So we can zero that out?
yeah.
I
If I
thought you
need
were
it,
gonna
I-
get somebody to cover if nobody was in the office.
Oh, we left it in there, but because right now, she's been leaving to help take care of Paul and her daughter, so I forgot, that's why she told me I better put it on there.
You guys want
That
to-
comes out of our perpetuation fund, though, that doesn't come out of anything with you guys.
So we can keep, we'll keep 5?
Yeah.
We'll keep 5 in.
Okay.
Any other questions? The surveyor's perpetuation plan stays the same. County elected officials training stays the same. Reassessment stays the same. EMS subsidy. That's what it is, 1.166. Anybody have questions? This is what it is.
Let everybody know we do activities.
How long have they been operating this?
How long have they been? Since April sometime, I think that's when they finally got. It took a little bit of time, so we only have one.
Do what? Everybody online still thinks you have one?
Yeah.
But we, for the record, we do have 2 ambulances serving Blackford. Opioid restricted fund, is it 60,000? Is that you?
No.
Who wants $60,000?
Well, IRAX wants, I don't know, how much was IRAX, does anybody remember? They're coming to speak.
50 something.
Yeah.
They'll be here Wednesday.
Yeah.
Let's put that on Wednesday.
So, okay. We can talk about that Wednesday. Opioid unrestricted fund is 30,000.
What's that for? That's still IRAX?
Well, you got restricted and unrestricted.
So there's only so much you can use.
We're getting slammed that thing.
So you wanna keep 30 in then, or, that comes from the fund, the opioid fund anyway, right, settlement fund? So,
So whatever,
unrestricted reasons.
Yeah, right.
It's 90,000 for the fee, and we don't really know what's going on.
Well, how much we got in that fund, the settlement fund? You happen to know that, Tyler?
No, I don't know the number of exactly what's in there.
But we had a settlement fund, that money got to be used anyway, so.
So we have the money, it's not really an expense, it's an offset.
Right, this is just us budgeting
To use it.
to use it.
It
For
pays out
unrestricted.
through like 2038.
It has to be used by 28?
No, it pays out, so like we get a little bit every month or 6 months through 2038.
Unrestricted is $300,051.52.
I'm so sorry, say that again.
$300,051.52. Unrestricted is $74,708.60.
We can keep it in there, and if we don't wanna spend it, we don't have to spend it. And mileage. Adult probation user fees. It's the same. Actually decreased a little bit. Referral program, all the same. Good advocacy project stays the same. Debt service went up a little bit. Non-reverting cat. The same. Redevelopment commission, same. Restoration loan, went down a little bit. Base grant. Went down. Base grant went down. Title IV incentive. At the child support, right? Went up a little bit. We already covered a little bit. COVID-19. Master settlement, we got to.
What was still paying? Mr. Grant. That's health department.
This green money, right?
So we have to spend it, right?
Yep.
And master settlement for tobacco. Does that finally run out then? Community correction.
Well, on the master, is that that was a grant as well for the veterans? Or what?
Yeah, and, yeah, that's health department too. I think it's a grant.
What's the general administration, district controller?
This is solid waste district.
Okay, it stays the same.
Solid waste district. It went up. But
Went up 25 because of hazardous waste day.
yeah, because we do it.
Every other year, yeah.
Is there anything else? Did we miss anything? Council, any questions?
For our own salaries.
Yeah.
Everybody's still here for
So, next up, the salary ordinance. So I guess we start with the issues first. address the foreman position at the county highway. The request is $61,984. And that's to adjust for the non-raise a year or two ago, right? Yeah.
And where are we at with the wage study compared to where we are, where we wanna be, you know?
I mean, the wage study, I mean, we've done raises since then, so. I mean,
Yeah.
once you catch up to that, then it's,
Just what we-
yeah, based off of, unless you do another wage study, it's based off of your discretion as to what you can afford. I mean, last year, $1,000 for everybody.
Right.
My thoughts on looking, and I talked to you and Jack a little bit. Looking at the cost of living that the federal government's projected for Social Security is 3.9%. So my thoughts on for countywide, now we can address John's foreman and discuss the sheriff's proposals separately. But for the countywide as a whole, my thought is 4%.
So, I guess, yeah.
So for my drivers last year, when you give the $1,000 flat rate per employee, it was basically a 2% raise. So 4% is basically gonna be roughly 2,000 per employee.
Right.
Give or take a dime or two up or down.
Yep. Which then takes your foreman up to 61,409. So you're $400 or $500 off of what you were asking for.
Yeah, so if we did, like for John's, if we say we did 4% countywide, if we did his recommendation, it would be a 5% for that, so it would increase that sum to make up what John was trying to do from the previous. So we could do that one individually and then do the others. And then address the county, if that's what we want to do, and then address the sheriff's request if we want to.
I'm not trying to split hairs, but if we do the 4% across the board, I mean, it's $500 different than what he was requesting for the year. Not that far off of what he's requesting. And here's requesting 61,984. If we do the 4%, it's 61,409.
Oh, I get what you're saying, I get what you're saying.
I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to split hairs, but that much of a difference to just do a 4% across the board, or are we?
I guess what John was trying to do, and what I was saying in the 5% versus the 4%, is that foreman's position in, was that 2023? In 2023, we did raises for all the other positions. We left the foreman's pay where it was, so it never got that raise.
It did not get that 5% that year.
Whatever it was, 5%, whatever the county raise was, that position didn't get that raise. So what John's trying to do is bring that up a little bit. So if we did 4% and 5% just for that one, it would help to bring that up.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a huge, I mean, I think I quickly did the math on it, was like $600.
We gave everybody 4%, what's the total? What's the total raise?
If we gave everybody including, if you gave everybody including the sheriff's department and didn't do something different with that, it's an increase of approximately, because there's a couple things, like the one, if we do the two, there's a couple things that aren't in here, but it would be approximately $165 total increase over what last year's salaries was. Is that what you're asking?
120.
119. So again, it depends on, it's on the last page. It shows your increase from 2026. So yeah, 3% it's 119, 120. 4% it's 165. Now, if that's not taking the sheriff's request into consideration. So if we were to do something different with the sheriff's department, then that would change that. Oh, it's not on the first one, no, I requested, I requested it after she got the book.
That's what I was like.
Yeah.
Daylights out.
My bad. It was one of those things, Lisa had to do more work because I waited a little.
Do you have the new sheet?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just was going off my own that I did that, but
But it's gonna be more from 26 because we added the planning and zoning.
Yeah.
To help. Public defender, if you go to,
But that wouldn't really, it would be an increase, but it wouldn't be a raise increase.
right. Just gonna make your overall
Yes.
number.
Yeah, I was gonna say it would change the 4% to 164 to over 50.
And then,
there's an ask to 200,000 additional.
I mean, just roughly, you're gonna be over $330,000 at a 4% raise.
For total,
Yes.
total impact, yeah.
Yes. Roughly, and it might be a little more than that, I mean, because I can't remember exactly what the, what field officer and them were. I just did it.
60.
Well, I threw them together at 100,000, so yes, it'd be even a little more than that, so.
It would be about 225 because the total requests, if we approved everyone's request, the total request would be $224,368. In request line, look at the yellow, that's the total request that would be increased. So if we went with everyone, is correct, Lisa?
No, because that doesn't include the extra.
Yeah, there's some of them that are blocked out too.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, your total impact at a 4% raise is actually gonna be closer to $340,000 of an increase than the 164 that is shown on paper.
One of those would be offset by fee income.
Yes.
Hopefully.
In theory, yes, right. Yeah, so if you took that out, the 50,000, is 290,
You're still 200,000.
almost 300, so.
The public defender and.
Yeah, the extra probation officer, the field officer, and that's without considering the jail's proposal. So jail proposal, you'd be right back up to 400,000 and 4% increase. Now, no, because you're taking the 50 out for the inspector, but.
We could arguably also take, kind of fees for extra help, right? So that's another 16,000.
Yeah. And I mean, not to bring up jail, but like, for what I looked in the book, and I think Jimmy's saying that those are different than what they really should be for some reason. I don't know.
I'm not sure what happened.
But I mean, you're talking a considerable increase if we do what he has asked, by what was on here for 26 to 27. I think actually one person got a $19,000 raise for the year by this paper. I'm not saying that's actual. Like I said, I'm not saying that's actual. but by the paper, that's what it states.
That was a fever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he got promoted from road officer.
I understand that, but it's still an increase of 19,000 a year by the papers. And I think most of the others were, once again, by the paper. What page is that? Yeah, here's the jail.
You're looking at what?
Is that a little bit? So I think by the, there again, I'm just saying, by the paper, some of the road officers were making an extra 9,000 per year.
50 cents.
Well, that's based on the,
You're also throwing in the fact that there's an entire extra pay in there, which is,
That's true. Yeah.
like I said, within all of them, it's somewhere between 2,200 to 3,000 added on top.
that's just adjusting
50, you're going 56 to 60?
Yeah, with 56 to 60.
That's a 6% raise.
That's base pay.
Right, that's it. Base.
That calculates out different raise, right?
It doesn't go much,
No.
it doesn't go up. It's, the bigger things, like, for chief deputy, he makes 15,000 more than head deputy, just for position that he's in. Lieutenant, 10,000, and sergeant makes 5,000. So, and then that adjusts across the matrix. My biggest thing is, and I'll front it, but is we're doing well paying our, if you look across the board with paying our lieutenants, our chief deputy, and our sergeant comparable with the other counties. But we're just far behind on that deputy pay, which, and the starting rate in Montclair is $66,500. So their patrolman, who, I like to brag on my guys. My guys do a lot of work. He gets paid almost $10,000 more than that. So they see that. They also go to these other places. They can look up this stuff anytime they want and see that neighboring counties pay more. Counties our size pay more. Counties significantly smaller than us pay more. So.
What is it starting? 56.
And 60 gets us just kind of caught up.
Not even all the way there.
Yeah. So I mean, our goal when we do these things, and we've been on the same page as we've every time we've been in here. My goal is to have veteran officers out on the road. It's not to train people to go to places. We've created an atmosphere where people want to work for us, and they want to work here. Now we just want to make sure their pay isn't that big of a difference, that they don't feel like they're appreciated. So. I put the 60, they can, with the achievement pay that you guys have built in, that I think is a great thing for them to strive for, to get that extra money. If they were able to capitalize on all of that puts them at 63,000. So there are other things we can do. I'm not opposed to, we can make different adjustments across the matrix. If we didn't, seeing how the sergeant, lieutenant, and the chief deputy position are already making I mean, we're good as far as other counties around us. And I mean, we could do 4% there with getting the other line item cut out and not really adjust all the way across. You know what I'm saying? And then gradually with that, either get that caught back up or we just keep adjusting as we see fit. The matrix does a lot of good things. It's a visual for them to see what they'll be in the future. you say if I'm here for 10 years and I make sergeant, this is potentially what, around about where I'll make after, because it potentially be more once the raises come in. And it does separate the guy who's been here for 5 or 6 years from the guy who just walked in the door, but they're not making the same.
Jimmy, do you have a feel for what it costs to train a new employee if you lose a veteran? Is it $15,000-$20,000?
It's, I did the number, I think the first time I came in and we asked for raises, it's significantly higher than that. The loss of a veteran guy on the road is something you can't even put into the numbers. The amount of things that just having someone with experience out there, I don't want a new guy coming to my house to handle a call and having to call 15 different people to figure out what he needs to do. But our guys are getting to the point now where they're getting to the point where they're very confident in what they do. They're knowledgeable. This is the best sheriff's office. I can't imagine there was ever a time before I was out here that it was better. But I know from the time I've been here, this is across the board, the most knowledgeable, the most trained, the most experienced sheriff's office we've ever had.
I can't remember any better. I mean, they represent us well.
And we're doing these things. We're working with the schools too that I didn't mention earlier on getting them to give us more money to put towards Devin's salary. Because right now they pay $25,000, that's not even 50%. I mean, they get him 80% of the time. So they're trying to work something out where, and he understands that that's not really a fair trade for them. So working something out with them. He asked for more grant money, but we're going to sit down and work on MOU and figure out a reasonable amount. And the other ways that we've cut into our budget. I mean, I know that everybody else can't do that, but we actively look for ways to make sure that we can get these things done. And the jail is the lowest paying jail in the state of Indiana. And it's 41,000. It's not 42. I was wrong. I bring it back again. Because I did our.
So right now it's 41.
41 is the start. Huh?
What's the second bit?
It's just over that. But I don't like to say what it is. It's not fair to them either. I mean, they deal with more inmates than Wells and Jay. They probably with less employees.
I guarantee it's with less employees.
Yeah, $40,499, does that sound right? Starting pay for a jail?
They should. So I think we rounded up like we did, from my memory. We rounded up, because we rounded the road division up to 56, and then we rounded them up to 41.
Your proposal is 44.
Yes. It gets us up to what Jay County is. We're not going to catch balls right now. And I know you guys can't always just try to catch up with everybody, but we also want to make sure we're paying our employees fair.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I get it, but, Lynn's going away too, so.
Well, it's not going away, let's be sure.
Yeah, it's not going away.
Yeah, it's not going away. We'll have more freedom, and that the money is essentially the same, but we'll have more freedom with it. We'll also have more control over what the cities receive.
The dispatchers are paid out completely different line item. I don't know, is Lip PSAP part of that that's going,
Yes.
so it's,
Yeah, lip PSAP, all those are going, like, we won't have, we'll have county general, so we can spend it on.
a portion of
So
those
we
are
won't
gonna
have
be-
nearly as many, in a few years after we spend out what's in these, then we won't have nearly as many pages in this one. So.
And we understand the economic issues that you guys are facing. But-
No, and I understand.
Otherwise, I'd ask for more.
Right.
So, I mean, my job is to get up here, and if my guys were not good at their jobs, and we have a revolving door out there, where we were trying to get people in, I wouldn't come in here and stand up for them. If I'm gonna come in here and say the things I'm saying, it's because I believe them to be 100% true. They work great together. They worked all night on the child molest case the other night and updated me, and across the board, everything that they're doing is exceptional, so.
So how about we get a picture of what it looks like if we did a 4%, what the actual impact is? I have 164, but you're saying it's double that?
Yes, it's based on 4% of our current salaries. We're adding employees to that number.
Yeah, so then include that. What is the financial impact of that? 54% pay raise across the board and the new employee, which may fund themselves technically, but we're gonna get an idea. And then can you give us another statement on raising the jailers up to 44?
Just as Jim's presented.
As presented.
Yeah.
What's the financial impact of that look like? As opposed to, like, I think you mentioned to hire a deputy, you're talking thousands of dollars a decade, right?
Thousands of dollars by the way, training, $1,000 in uniforms, it's, and then spending.
It is a costly thing to lose.
You got one guy training another guy that could be on a shift on his own, that's taking up time away from the regular shift, where the county's now running with understaffed, and it's just.
And the jailers.
Yeah, we've been, the last 2 years have been outstanding. The first year was terrible, and I came in here and you guys helped get us pay where it should have been, and but now things are good. I don't wanna forget about that. It can go bad again.
I agree, but I'd like to see what the numbers do.
So you're talking council, commissioners, 4% across the board?
4% across the board, right? What does that look like? And then add, of course,
And then back to the foreman.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's me.
Highway department, are we gonna look at just the 4%? A 4% raise is $575 less than what John requests. Do you wanna leave him at 4%? It's $575 for the year, not.
well, I say.
Or do you wanna look at bumping him to what John's
We
requesting?
can look at bumping him, but let's see what the 4% is, cause that's not really much.
Right.
That'll give us an idea if we try to rectify the omission from 2 or 3 years ago, however long it was.
Yeah.
And then we can adjust that accordingly, but we're gonna get a good snapshot of what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Is there anything else anybody wants to look at?
So at the foreman, do you want me just to add the 4%?
Just do the 4%.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we can address the,
Okay.
Can you also look at, with adding that extra pay for 2027, that's a lot of money additional that we're having in there, and I think it's just going, like, dismissed, like when you were looking at, what you were looking at.
Right.
Just in lit alone, it was $33,000, and $33,959 for just those added, that one pay added in, so it's.
what is that, every 4 years we have 27 days?
About, yeah.
About
And it's shock value. When you look at it, you're like, okay, that's way more than what this was before.
So I guess my thing is are the numbers off on
They are.
26? Are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and look at it, I did not have time to do it.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand.
Before the meeting, so.
This is what is now.
That is what I requested, and what, these are the numbers off $56,000 pay matrix that we presented last year. So this, this,
Okay.
that.
Right, yeah. Which is a lot easier to.
Yeah. And then that's the actual pay minus the one pay there. So it's actually this to that would be the actual increase.
His presentation plus
Even have that.
4%.
I don't know why that's.
Curious to see what the numbers say. Does the council want any other? I don't know, copy in class.
Yeah, I know. I was just typing like everybody else.
Is there anything else you want, anything else anybody wants her to compile so we can have a look at?
You are adding in the other. Can you do like a subline of what that is for the additional? Because obviously there's gonna be a sticker shock on that.
Yeah.
Is there anything else we're neglecting or need to address? Do I have a motion to adjourn? Have a motion, second? Second, all in favor? Meeting adjourned, thank you all for coming out.